Morning, Kim.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. How are you?
1 minute.
Good.
1 minute.
Andre,
Yes.
I hope you're hanging in there. I know it's a tough time.
Oh, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, we're going to be fine.
Good.
We'll get. This is today. We'll get through the day, and we'll continue. Appreciate it.
Stand by, 30 seconds.
Good morning. I want to call this meeting of the Durham City Council to order at 10 a.m. on May the 28th, 2020. This is a special budget work session for the council. I want to welcome everyone here, members of the council, staff, and anyone that may be members of the public who may be observing. We appreciate you. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. Mayor Schul,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Here.
Councilmember Caballero,
Here.
Councilmember Freeman, is Councilmember Freeman here?
Present.
Councilmember Middleton,
Here.
Councilmember Reese.
Here.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm now going to turn the agenda over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council. Good morning, everyone. It is second day of budget work session. Usually kind of normally filled with the drain of the first day, but I think yesterday went actually pretty well. Felt like did a great job of setting the stage of the challenges in terms of the revenue picture, but also the staff did a terrific job of kind of balancing the issues associated with the transitions of COVID-19 in their operations, as well as the budget impacts of that. So today, these sessions are going to be very similar, as I'm sure you've seen in the reviews. And I thought the flow yesterday went pretty well with, having council members for sure ask questions and interject along the way. As we've continued to say, this is a fluid process, and I suspect that many of the discussions that we'll have today will be similar to those that we've had yesterday, that we're basically going on the best information we have at this point, but also acknowledging that we will remain flexible and evaluating transitions as they occur. So with that, Bertha, anything else you want to add before we get started with the departments?
Good morning, everyone. Bertha Johnson, Director of Budget and Management Services. We just wanted to share the agenda for today and show the order of the presentations for those viewing who may not be able to stay with us the entire time. So we'll start with planning, then public works, community development, OAWD, and engagement. We wanted to have the engagement meeting discussion last, because many of the departments you'll hear from or have heard from have an engagement component of their work. And so we didn't want to be redundant, but we wanted to have the discussion at the end so that you all can give us some guidance and direction and feedback on how we move forward with engagement. And with that, I'll turn it over to Pat Young, our first presenter.
Good morning. The Pat Young, Director of the City County Planning Department. It's good to see each of you virtually. And thank you for the opportunity to provide a little bit of context and overview of our the Planning Department's adaptation to the COVID-19 pandemic, and talk a little bit about the impact on our key priority projects, particularly the comprehensive plan and the associated engagement effort, and then just spend a few moments on our budget highlights. So John, if you, next slide, please. So I'm happy to report that with the excellent work of our Development Services Center team and many partnerships across the city, particularly technology solutions and finance department, we've been able to successfully shift our core business operations to a virtual environment very successfully. Prior to the pandemic, we had a strategic plan goal to convert all of our development review application submittals and reviews to a digital process. With the pandemic, we were able to implement that goal with some low-cost solutions, so that we now have all of our land use applications can be submitted digitally, can be paid for digitally, reviewed, and approved. So it's a completely touchless, paperless process. We are offering paper review if necessary, if someone has a impediment or inability to get access to digital programs. So that's been very successful, and our effectiveness and efficiency have stayed high, and our volumes have stayed relatively high. I'll talk more about that at the end of the presentation. We also worked with our many partners, or 18 other city departments that have some role in the development review process. With the support of Technology Solutions, we made sure to get them the software that was needed, and with Technology Solutions support, the hardware needed to do these reviews remotely. And again, we've had very good success. We had a lot of positive feedback from our core development review customers, that this is something that they really appreciate, not having to come down to City Hall to deliver paper. So we, as you all know, we had a number of public hearing items for zoning and annexation cases and UDO text amendments that were scheduled for March and April that have been postponed. We spent some time working with Public Affairs, Technology Solutions, and the manager's office on coming up in the attorney's office, coming up with a legally compliant and fully public, a process that is can be fully engaged by the public for these public hearings. And those are going to start on Monday night, on June 1st. You all have been gracious enough to schedule two, as you're well aware, two special call meetings during June and one in July 1st to try to clear that backlog. We have, I think it's 12 or 14 cases that we feel very confident with the great support that's been provided, and that the leadership of Sarah Young of our team in terms of coming up with some process pieces for our team will be able to successfully work with you all to have those hearings held. Next slide, please. So in terms of next steps, as I mentioned earlier, I talked about our core business operations, our development review applications. Our long-term comprehensive planning policy team has been able to also be successful at home. I'll talk a little bit more about the status of the comprehensive plan, as well as our administrative staff primarily, and other key staff members. So we feel like we can operate successfully remotely for really an indeterminate time. What we've committed to do is working with our partners in inspections and public works to carefully evaluate two things each month. One is the criticality of restoring in-person services, and routinely establishing in-person services. We do have in-person services available to folks who need them, who cannot access services through the telephone or through a digital medium. But we'll assess the criticality of reestablishing those in-person services, and then the safety of doing so. And really, we'll just do that on a monthly basis. At this point, as of yesterday, we've decided to keep the Development Services Center lobby closed through July 6th, and we'll reevaluate at the end of June in terms of criticality and safety. And that applies also for things like pre-submittal meetings and other consultations with residents. We are still doing those virtually, and that's certainly something I want to emphasize. So next slide, please. Right, so we do have a very small number of staff. It's about 5 to 7 that are going in for limited periods of time to access key equipment and documents that are needed. And those are folks are carefully, scrupulously following our protocols and CDC guidelines for social distancing and keeping the space clean. Our field operations of zoning enforcement and site compliance have continued uninterrupted. We are, of course, enforcing strict social distancing on sites, and have had really good compliance and no problems whatsoever. So really grateful that that's been able to continue unabated. And again, as I mentioned earlier, our excellent staff has really adapted to this challenging environment. We have enhanced and frequent. We had daily managers briefings. Now we've gone to 2 times a week, and we have frequent all staff meetings to make sure that we keep that close coordination and keep communication and morale positive. And I think we've been very successful in that. Next slide, please. So in terms of the impacts on the comprehensive plan, as you all are well aware, the comprehensive plan is centered around the idea of equitable community engagement, making sure that all parts of our community, especially those parts that have been historically excluded or left out or otherwise didn't participate, that at each key step in the process, we would have a deep, meaningful consultation with the community in an equitable fashion, then engage the elected officials, and then move to the next step. What we've determined at this point is that it is inherently inequitable to make key decisions about the comprehensive plan in this environment. We believe that trying to reach consensus and understanding of all parties' positions requires some amount of in-person consultation and working together to successfully develop policies and a vision that we can, our entire community can support, and that's done equitably. Also, folks, of course, are dealing with very, very serious employment, health, and mental health problems because of the pandemic. And to ask folks to focus to be part of key decision making for our community, we think is kind of inherently inequitable. That being said, we are able to, I'll say 2 things. We are going to kind of front load some of the technical aspects that were planned to be later in the process. I'll give a couple of examples. Are developing what we call our place types, which is a model that for our kind of the evolution of our future land use map that would look not just at density and limited use categories, but how we want buildings to interact with the public realm, look at the street standards in different areas, and look at environmental preservation and other key outcomes that are a little bit more nuanced and sophisticated than the future land use map model we adopted in 2005. Additionally, we would be looking at level of service standards, working with all our department partners to look at how they can ensure continuous levels of service in the face of growth, which has been, of course, a big challenge. So those involve a lot of technical assessments that we can do now that we were going to do maybe in a year or 18 months, and that's certainly has some benefits that when we go back and do the full engagement with the community, that we'll have that data and information that we can share. But very importantly, something I want to emphasize here is we made a lot of, I think, progress in the fall and earlier this year before the COVID pandemic in establishing relationships with our outreach team, our ambassadors, and then literally thousands of residents that engaged with us in the process. We want to make sure we maintain and even grow those relationships even in this challenging environment. So, John, if you go to the next slide, please. So we do want to continue to communicate and engage with the community, just not make decisions. And so we're going to continue to meet virtually with the outreach team as we have. We have a group of representatives from your boards and commissions that you've appointed that we're continuing to meet with. We have a staff working group, and we are going to continue to work with our ambassadors, continue to be able to provide them stipends to provide the invaluable feedback that they provided with our hardest to reach communities. and to find ways to reach our youth community, our Latinx community, and some of the folks in the rural part of the county that we were not very successful in reaching in the first part of the engagement. Next slide, please. So in terms of budget highlights, I'll be very brief. We do not have any new budget requests. Something I will mention here is that at this point, we've had a very, very minimal impact on our volume. We still had a lot of zoning site plan cases come in. I've had a lot of consultations with representatives in the development community who have told me that, you know, many cases that had financing in place prior to the COVID pandemic are going to likely proceed. Not all of them, but many of them, because of the high level of demand that still exists, despite the incredible economic hardships we're suffering. Durham is very well positioned to recover from this pandemic very quickly. There's been a number of national reports on that, including ones by Moody's Analytics that put us #1 in the country in terms of likely quick recovery once the public health emergency has been addressed. So that being said, we do anticipate some impact on our revenues. We did project a modest reduction in anticipated revenues for the FY21 based on overall economic conditions. We'll obviously have to track that very closely, and I think provide you all and certainly the budget office and manager's office with updates frequently to see how we're tracking on that. But at this point, we are continuing to see reasonably high volumes, and I think in this current fiscal year, we will either meet our revenue target or be very, very close to doing that. Next slide, please. So this is our resource allocation table. Again, that reflects the slight reduction in projected revenues for FY21. And with that, next slide, please. Yeah, I'll be happy to take any questions. Thank you for your time and this opportunity.
Pat, thank you. Thank you so much for that report. We appreciate you very much. I'll first ask if my colleagues have questions. If you do, please go ahead. I can't see everybody on the screen not right now, but maybe we can actually go back to the full screen, to the everybody being able to be seen, John. Thank you. And John, I know you're back there pulling the strings. You're like the Wizard of Oz in these budget sessions. I want to thank you for being behind the curtain and making it all happen. John Allure, we appreciate you. Pat, thank you for your presentation. Colleagues, any questions for Pat? Anyone, please, who has a question, please raise your hand or just go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Mark Anthony. Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and good morning, Pat. Good to see you. Thanks for the incredible job you guys continue to do down in planning. I just want to say again how much props I get and how smart people think I am when I just simply repeat stuff I've heard you say in meetings. They think I'm a planning guru. So thank you so much. I'll start attributing one day. I was heartened to hear about the site compliance in terms of social distancing, because I must say, and it's purely anecdotal, when we were first starting out in this thing and I was moving about the city, I noticed on certain sites and work sites around the city that some of the workers were not adhering to social distancing and things of that nature. And I know habits, it takes a while for habits to change. So it may have been a time to get, for adaptation, but I'm glad to hear that we're doing the enforcement and there's site compliance now. And just for whatever it's worth, it has looked better to me as I've moved about and seen work sites. So I want to thank you for that. I also want to commend you on your, even as important an economic driver our planning department is for still championing our values, particularly with the comprehensive plan. I appreciate very much your sentiments expressed about withholding making decisions until we can get people to a position where they can fully participate in the process. So I want to commend you on that for keeping the money flowing, keeping the doors open, but still defending our values. They are not mutually exclusive. So I just want to publicly commend you for that. And thanks for the great job that you're doing for us, and stay safe. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you,
Councilmember
Middleton.
Middleton.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, Pat.
I just wanted to say thank you, Councilmember Middleton. You can certainly take credit for any good ideas that we have down in planning. We're gratified and honored that you would. And thank you for the good words.
Questions or comments for Pat? I have a question, Pat. Do you think that there are practices that you all are going through now in terms of virtual work that will be ones that will be something you continue and will be advantageous after the pandemic? Are you learning things that you think could be better practices that just you had to do now and might be something you want to do later?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Mr. Mayor. It's a very good question. And, you know, with every crisis, there is some opportunity. And I think something we definitely have learned is that we are able to operate very effectively remotely, particularly in development reviews, regulatory compliance. I think with community planning, policy planning, that human interaction is critical, as you heard Councilmember Middleton allude to, and then I talked about earlier. And really getting back to that's going to be very important, I think. But in terms of our answering inquiries about land development and in terms of doing reviews for zoning cases and site plans and plats and other administrative reviews, I think our employees and more importantly, our customers have really appreciated, and I think it's a cost and time saving to not have really reams of paper being passed back and forth. So that is something that I'd like to see really institutionalized and kept consistent. And I think that does open up more opportunities for remote work, which I think opens up opportunities to save money on space renovations and expansions. We are near our capacity in our space on the ground floor of City Hall, and this may provide some relief and additional time if we're able to have maybe folks that rotate in and out and maybe share a desk once that's safe to do.
Thank you very much. Council members, any questions or comments for Pat? All right. Thank you very much, Pat. We let you off easy today.
You did. Thank you all very much.
You.
I'll stay available. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Appreciate that. I'll stay available if there's any questions later during our engagement session.
And of course, you're going to see way more of us than you want to see, Pat, as we do the public hearings. We appreciate you getting that ready for us, and we'll do our best.
I was going to say the same thing for you. I know we're going to be seeing a lot of each other, and we'll certainly do. Thank you all for being willing to support that. Look forward to seeing you all soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pat. The way we're going to do the chairing today, we have 5 presentations, the first of which we've already gone through. The second is Public Works, which the Mayor Pro Tem is going to chair. I'll do Community Development and OEWD, and then the Mayor Pro Tem will do Engagement. So, Mayor Pro Tem, you're up. Thank you for pitching in.
Absolutely, anytime. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So our next presentation is from the Public Works Department, and I'll just pass the mic over to Director Williams.
Good morning, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council.
Morning.
So I'll do something similar to what Pat did, just give you a high-level overview of Public Works, where we're at during the COVID-19 response, and where we see things going forward as we move to the end of this fiscal year into next fiscal year. Next slide. So with the COVID response, despite the outbreak, Public Works has had to continue to provide a lot of in-person services. Our maintenance division has had to perform services continuously throughout the outbreak. So has our inspections unit within our engineering division for both right-of-way inspections and construction inspections related to both public and private construction activities. You know, litter control has gone on through our maintenance division, as well as our design services for various capital projects. And just like Pat stated, our development review services through Public Works, both on the engineering and stormwater side, have continued throughout the response. We have shifted some staff, primarily the staff that was based in City Hall, to working remotely at this point. And we've continued to provide all the services that Public Works normally provides, either in person or remotely, through all of our divisions. And we truly haven't seen a decline in any of the requests for services from Public Works, whether it's on the maintenance side, the engineering side, or the stormwater side. So we're the department, since we're front facing, we've had to provide a lot of services continuously, and we don't see that changing throughout the rest of the summer, into the fall, and into the next year. Next slide. So just to give you all some highlights and information, we've continued to have construction activities go on throughout the stay-at-home order, even though the city temporarily suspended our own capital projects for several weeks. Private construction continued to be active. So that's where our engineering division with our inspectors had to perform a lot of in-person services. We did adjust how we operate. We tried to do some things remotely, but construction, the reality is it's a service that you have to provide in person, I'm sorry. The same thing for the private utility work. Right-of-way activities did not slow down at all throughout the initial outbreak of COVID-19. And that's continued to ramp back up as we get into the summer months, and we don't see the trends going down at all for the foreseeable future with any private utility work in the public right-of-way. And private development submittals, as Pat stated, we continue to see those stay steady or slightly increase. And by the time we get to the end of the fiscal year, we do expect to see an increase in our overall development review activities when we compare it from last year to this year. So Durham is in a good position to recover after this pandemic starts to get under control. And that's one of the reasons why we're looking to add additional positions into the department as we go into the next fiscal year. Next slide. So here's a summary table that gives you a breakdown of the positions that I've requested for Public Works. It's a combination of positions that are going to be in both the stormwater fund, the first one there, the engineering inspector, and the general fund, with the rest of the engineering positions. So the stormwater position, the inspector is tied directly to capital projects that we need to do both on public right of way and on private property. And it's one that we've had planned in the stormwater fund for several years. And we're now at that point where the number of projects that we have pending, we do need to add additional staff there. And with the principal engineers that we have for development review, those are to address the ongoing demand that we have from the development community to provide faster turnaround times, to add additional enhanced development review services that we just cannot do at this point with the current staff that we have on hand. And those two principal engineer positions are going to be fully cost recovered through development review fees that we've proposed to increase as we go into next fiscal year to cover those costs. So those won't be an impact to the general fund. The remaining positions that you see there for the engineering senior, the senior engineering specialist, and the other senior engineer are all going to be general fund positions, but they're all related to volume that we have. And I really like to, hit home, especially with the senior engineering specialist and one of the senior engineer positions. Those are tied to right-of-way management activities that we do not have the ability to charge fees for because the state made the change in around late 2016, early 2017 that prevents the city from charging fees for those positions. But the volume of work has continued to uptick each year. So we are at the point where we don't have the ability to properly inspect all the right-of-way activities that go on between the different private utility companies, whether that's Duke Energy, Dominion Energy, the various fiber companies, Google, Verizon, AT&T, you name it. Those positions do help us with actually doing the field inspections, but also the permitting. So we know what company is actually putting what infrastructure in the various locations around the city. And the other senior engineer position is to help us with our survey division, who has essentially gotten to the point where we have a bottleneck of activities because we only have one licensed surveyor within that work group. And there's a number of capital projects that not only come from Public Works, but other departments within the city that we don't have the ability to move forward once we get the field work done because we only have one staff person that's a licensed surveyor that can actually go through and complete the necessary steps to complete professional surveying duties on those projects. Next slide. So I gave you an overview with all the positions on the previous slide, but here we'll go through individually. As I stated, the engineering inspectors for the stormwater utility, and it's tied directly to the various capital projects that we have both on public property and on private property. And you see here the funding source is going to be from the stormwater utility. That was already built in for the last 3 or 4 years as needing an inspector. And there will be additional positions as we continue to expand the stormwater program over the next several years, specifically with capital projects that will need to add staff. So this is just the first of other positions that will come, but all have been planned for in the overall stormwater rate that we have had in place for several years. Next slide. And this slide just gives you an idea of the number of projects that we have. And you can see the top purple trend line there, that since 2017, we've been on a pretty steady upward trend. And we broke it out here between the city-owned projects and the private property projects. And you can see the are starting to outpace the city-owned projects. At the bottom graph there just kind of gives you the number of completed projects that we have, and that's steadily increasing. And that's where we believe that the need for additional inspector positions aid us in completing these projects. Next slide. So here are the 2 positions for development review. As I stated before, these are going to be fully.
I'm sorry, Marvin, I seem to have lost some sound from you.
Is that any better now?
No, I don't know what happened.
Can
anyone else noticing the sound is lower?
It's going up and
yes,
down
it
a little
definitely
bit.
lowered. Yeah.
I'll move my computer.
I can hear you, Marvin.
That'll help.
It's okay. It's okay right now. I think if you go ahead and just try to speak up a little bit, it'll be okay.
So the 2 development review positions that you have here, the principal civil engineers, as I stated, those are going to be fully cost recovered through increased fees for development review. That's one of the areas where we have been working with planning through the Development Services Center to try and get our on-time percentage through the engineering division to improve. But as you can see from the workload comparison chart that we set up here, our total review volume for engineering is much higher than the other departments, and even higher than our own stormwater division within Public Works. And with the number of FTEs that we have currently assigned to us, we're only able to hit roughly a 76, 80% at the most on-time average for reviewing plans. And that's a combination of construction drawings, site plans, building permits, various documents that are submitted to us through the Development Services Center. And as I stated earlier, you'll see the bottom graph there, it shows that we're anticipating to have an increase by the end of fiscal year 20 for the number of FTEs, or I'm sorry, for the number of plans that are submitted to us for review through engineering. So right now we're anticipating to have over 4,300, close to 4,400 plans submitted to engineering for review. So the volume has been increasing steadily since 2014. And at this point, we don't see an end in sight. So that's why we have a need for additional positions within development review of engineering so that we can get to that 95% on time benchmark that the other departments within the city has, planning, transportation, and our own stormwater division. Next slide. Oh. Okay, go back one more. There you go. To the right. So these 2 positions are the right-of-way management program positions. These are the positions that handle all the activities that you see in the right-of-way. Like I stated earlier, we have the private utilities working. This group ensures that any restoration of the right-of-way actually happens, and we also inspect the work to make sure we don't have as many conflicts as currently exist within the right-of-way between the various private utilities and the city utilities. So this is another area where we've seen a steady increase month to month for the last several years, and that does not seem to be a trend that's going to be going down anytime soon. Between January and May, essentially as of Tuesday of this week, we're averaging roughly around 300 permits per month being submitted to us for private right-of-way work. So this is a group, while we can't do any type of cost recovery, the work volume has been steadily increasing, and the need to perform those right-of-way inspections and documenting the permits for different companies that they're submitting to work in the right-of-way is very important for us and for the city in general. And so we need to add additional positions within that work group so that we can keep pace with the amount of work that's coming to us to manage work in the right-of-way. Next slide. This last position here is our senior engineer position within our survey group. Like I stated before, we only have one licensed surveyor within Public Works, so that's where it creates a bottleneck. And then you can see here the comparison that we did looking at the other large cities within just the general area with their engineering staff and the number of licensed surveyors they have on staff that can help with capital projects and various surveying needs. And you can see here that we are at a deficit when compared to Raleigh, Greensboro, and Cary. So we have a number of projects that are in our queue that we have been using a consultant to try to assist us with completing surveying duties. But unfortunately, using a consultant is extremely expensive, and we're sometimes on the consultant's schedule, which may not line up with our needs as a city for our various projects or just surveying tasks that other departments need from us. So we're looking to add an additional person into that work unit within engineering to help us with that backlog of work. Next slide. So the budget highlights, I've already talked about the additional FTEs that we need for the various divisions within Public Works, but another highlight I wanted to put in here was the street resurfacing being reduced going into fiscal year 22. And just to make you all aware that, or remind you first that when we had the consultant come in at the budget retreat last year, and he gave you an overall view of the amount of money needed for the resurfacing program, we were at $20 million a year just to maintain our current pavement condition index score of roughly a 69 or 70, which is a C, where you look at it as a grading scale similar to school. So by having the street resurfacing fund reduced for fiscal year 22 down to the proposed $6 million, that's going to create a need for me and Public Works as a department in general to request additional funds as we go into the fiscal year 22 budget process. So instead of the $20 million a year that we were looking to have in that fund, we're going to be looking in the ballpark of 25 million plus or minus that we're going to be requesting on an annual basis. And I'll stress that's just to maintain the streets in their current condition. It's not to improve the streets beyond where they are now. And these are city streets. These are not state roads. These are primarily the neighborhood streets where we as a department receive several complaints just about the conditions of the streets with potholes and just the general deterioration. And it's going to put us in a position where even with our maintenance activities that we do on a day-to-day basis, we're not going to be able to fix and maintain all of the streets. And at some point within the next 2 years, when we do the next PCI update, I would expect to see our overall pavement condition score to drop from that high 60s, low 70 range down to the mid 60s, possibly even the lower 60s, which is really going to depend on what type of weather we have. Because, you know, as we've had a pretty rainy winter, spring, and going into summer, water is a big enemy of asphalt, and it causes more problems, and it will accelerate the deterioration of our streets. So just letting you all know that that is a concern for us as we go into the next fiscal year, having a reduced paving fund. Next slide. Here, our resource allocation table. There's a lot here that we have a lot of different dollar amounts moving in our budget. The big changes that you'll see are the capital needs that we've had specifically for fleet within our budget when we've made purchases for our maintenance division primarily, which has been a lot of heavy equipment, whether it's street sweepers, dump trucks, or various pieces of heavy equipment like front end loaders, backhoes, different things like that. Other than that, pretty much the changes that you see year to year are minimal when you consider the size of our budget. But I did want to point that out, but it's been the changes in capital that we've had plugged in each year. And you'll see here on the next slide, specifically for the stormwater fund with the resource allocation table, where we've had the same big changes primarily tied to capital and some of our transfers to different funds around the city. But other than that, in the grand scheme of things, with the amount of money that flows through that part of our budget, the changes are pretty minimal. Next slide. So at this point, I'd be happy to answer any questions that you all have about the various requests that I've submitted for Public Works.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Councilmember Reese, looks like you got a first question.
Oh, yeah. Hi. Hi, Marvin. How's it going?
Good. How about you?
Good. Wanted to say how much I appreciate the work your department's done during this incredibly difficult situation. So much of the work of Public Works is done sort of in groups. And so you guys have been faced with some difficult challenges, and I appreciate the work. I want to ask specifically about the two general funded positions, the senior engineer and senior engineering specialist, those two FTEs. As I understand it, this is intended to keep up with the volume of permits and the linear feet of instruction installed that's increasing in Durham right now. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
What is the consequence to not keeping up?
So I hate to use this as an example, but the explosion that we had near downtown is, you can attribute that directly to the right-of-way management program. And those are the type of situations that we're trying to avoid going forward. Because right now, with the staff that we have, we're only able to provide limited inspections and limited permitting for a lot of the activities that go on. So you have private utility companies that will go out, they'll do installations within the right-of-way, and at times they may not actually properly locate other utilities that exist before they start their excavation work. They may not permit, so we don't know what they're actually installing, within our right-of-way, and we can't actually follow up if we have issues when another utility comes behind them, to make sure that we know who's going in the right-of-way, who's co-locating when possible, or who needs to come back and make corrections, whether it's on public property within the street or within the sidewalk, or just a general public right-of-way area. And in some cases, we have private utilities that will go on private property and they cause damage, and we need to have the staff to be able to identify who caused that damage so that the property owners can have their property restored to a condition that was before the work was done.
So that last part I totally get, but I guess my question was more about the concern you expressed about keeping up with the volume of inspection requests or the right-of-way management. But the way you answer the question raises another issue, which is that are you I guess this is just my naivete about how this works, but are you saying that utilities are going into the right-of-way and installing infrastructure without city management or oversight of that?
At times they do, because some utilities will go out and install various pieces of infrastructure. One, because they may be ignorant to the process that we have in Durham, where they need to require them to submit a permit, or they honestly may go out sometimes and just begin the installation work under the guise of it's an emergency work order that needs to be done for whatever reason they justify in their head. Or they go out and they just attempt to get as much infrastructure installed, and then they'll submit permits after the fact. But the infrastructure's already been there, so then we're doing inspections afterwards. So what we're trying to do is become proactive with this program so that we can make sure that we have eyes on the street, because it is one of those in-person services that we do have to provide, but also communicating with the various utilities, their contractors, their subcontractors. These are the requirements that you have. You can't begin work until you submit a permit. We know what you're doing. We review the plans of what you're doing, and we can ensure that you're not going to create a problem for any of the city utilities, water, sewer, stormwater, or the other private utilities, to make them aware that these exist and you're going to have conflicts there. So you may have to come up with a different plan so that we don't have the water and sewer utility strikes that we do have at times, or even the gas line hits, or electric lines being cut, or cable lines being cut.
So, totally understand that problem. How do these 2 new staff people help address that?
These 2 new staff positions help us, one, with the permitting so that we can actually make sure we have permits in place for all of the work that's going on in the right of way. And these positions help us with field inspections as well, so that we can visually inspect what's happening day to day within the city and ensure that it's being installed per our standards, and that we don't have, or we minimize our exposure to utility strikes or utility conflicts.
But what you said a couple of minutes ago is that these utilities sometimes don't request a permit, or at least not in advance.
That's correct. And that's why having the additional positions, so that you have somebody physically out on the streets knowing what's happening, we can actually shut down work when we see it occurring. If we go to a site, if our inspector goes to a site, they check with the person working to see if they have a permit. If they don't, we shut down their activity altogether.
Oh, so this is more like and I certainly don't mean this pejoratively, but this is like a roving inspector around the city to figure out if work is being done in the right of way, and then to kind of check permits if they're not on some kind of list.
Well, it's not necessarily a roving inspector, because all of our inspectors have areas assigned to them and permits assigned to them. But we have so much construction going on by private utilities that our inspectors can only stop for a certain amount of time, check in with the contractor before they know they have to go on to get to other sites where they have active construction. So this increases our ability to have additional people on the streets every day within the various areas, so that they can, one, check the permitted work, but then also identify issues with unpermitted work that they see and stop it, so that we could get those contractors in line with city policies.
Marvin, I appreciate that. That was exactly what I needed to know. Apologize for my ignorance about how all this actually works. Okay. That's great. Thank you, Marvin. That's all I have, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from council members? Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Marvin, good morning. Good to see you, man. Thank you for being with us and for the work you continue to do. I'm intrigued by these asks, in part because I've already kind of publicly drawn a line in the sand about the litmus test I would be bringing to additional FTEs across the board in considering the budget. But it seems to me, in listening to you, something occurred to me that we as a government can't have it both ways. COVID-19 has had some organic and natural impacts on the economy. And then there are some things that we as government have shut down. We say you can't open your restaurant, you can't open your gym, and thereby have impacted revenues directly, financial flow directly. We never told you guys don't accept any more applications or to shut down projects around the city. That part of the market seems to be untouched, and we have allowed that to continue unmolested. So because we have not told you guys to shut down projects around the city, the growth has continued. So it seems to me, just philosophically, we can't have it both ways, where we're still benefiting from that part of the market being unhindered and not putting the things in place to manage that growth in that part of the economy. So with that said, because we have not done that as a government, I'm looking at these FTE requests, realizing that there's some things that we have done on one side of the economy that we haven't done on the other side of the economy. With that, I want to ask, one, just very directly, I'm a layperson with this stuff. Are these FTE asks mission critical? And secondly, I like the PCI index because it's a real hard number. It's a real number, which we can determine the conditions of our pavements. Is there an equivalent metric for how much these FTEs or these employees would impact safety? I mean, is there a safety? Is there a wellness issue, health and wellness issue for our public attached to these positions not being filled while we're still leaving this part of the economy to its own devices in terms of growth? And I hope that makes sense.
It does. To answer your first question, yes, these positions are mission critical because we've gone several years as a department without requesting any additional positions at all. We've tried to make do with what we have. We tried to be as innovative as possible as a department, change some of our processes to streamline things. But even with all those improvements and efficiencies that we found, we still have not been able to maintain with the level of work that's coming in as a department and just as a city in general. So yes, these positions are absolutely mission critical. As far as a metric as to what the benefit is to the positions, I'd say the metric for the development review position, you can see that directly with the timeliness of reviews and how quickly we turn those around, but also the quality of the reviews. You'll see an improvement in our ability to actually review plans to make sure we minimize any issues that we have with private developments as those continue to grow within the city, because we have a lot of issues. You have drainage issues, you have street issues, you have sidewalk issues, you have tree issues. So adding the additional positions in our development review group will absolutely, you'll see a benefit from that by having improved reviews and comments from our plan reviewers. With the right-of-way management positions, I say you'd also see less infrastructure damage, both on the city infrastructure side and on the private infrastructure side, and also on private property. Because like I explained to Councilmember Reese, having that additional capacity to both review in person permitted projects that are occurring in the right of way from private utilities, but then also stopping unpermitted projects, you'll see the benefit where you'll have reduced issues with people with complaints about their private property being damaged, reduce issues with our water and sewer lines being hit by the utilities because they're going out to work without properly going through the process and identifying where there's conflicts with our utilities. So you'll have less water outages, less sewer blockages, things like that. So I'd say there's definitely a tangible benefit that you'll see at the end of the day if we're given these positions going into fiscal year 21.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Appreciate you, Marvin. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. That's all I have for now.
Thank you, Councilmember. Next up, Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I appreciate Councilmember Reese's line of questions. It helped to clarify quite a few points. And I just wanted to ask, just straight out, the utilities, when you say the utilities, are you talking about Google and AT&T? I mean, are you talking about like Duke Energy and like who exactly are we talking about? Because I'm
all of the above. It's Duke Energy, it's Dominion Energy, it's Google, it's Verizon, it's AT&T. It's any utility that puts their infrastructure in the ground or somehow comes into the city, because we even have cell phone towers that we manage as part of this program. And the 5G network, there's been a lot of discussion about that over the last couple of years. We're starting to get more and more inquiries from the different telecommunication companies as to how they can start putting their infrastructure within the city right of way. And we're trying to work through that process now, specifically through this right of way management group. So that's going to be yet another deployment of infrastructure that we're going to be responsible for managing within the city right of way.
I appreciate that. So I think that helps to clarify for me. So in Ward 1, prior to being elected and prior to having any conversations with on council, the main issue that kept arising were all of these complaints that you mentioned, and it was all complaint driven. And it was always about you calling in and making a complaint. What you're referring to is actually making it more, less complaint driven and adding the additional staff so that there is not a reliance on residents to make the complaints. And I appreciate that first. And then second, there's an underlying current in this conversation in that you're being kind about saying that the state is screwing us, and recognizing that we don't have any way to bring in any additional funds, and we need to be able to address it because we're in an urban area that's going to be on 5G in a matter of months, right? So Google Fiber is coming in. They're not asking us whether or not they can put in fiber. They're just doing it. And in many cases, I mean, I've seen it in neighborhoods where a whole front yard is torn up. And then I know this one lady she came to work session a few times about her pipes being destroyed and them not being willing to cover the cost. If we don't have some line of defense in this as a city. I mean, I'm concerned for the residents in that, you know, this is what we're supposed to be here for. And I'm not okay with the way that the state or the federal government has allowed these types of companies to come in and push us around. And we're trying to level the playing field. I really feel like you need more, but I understand with our budget constraints that the few that you're asking for are definitely a good start. So I'll leave it at that, but I thank you.
Sure. Be happy to answer any other questions.
Yeah, good morning, Marvin. Good morning, everyone. I just had a couple follow-up questions as well. I do want to say I appreciate Councilmember Freeman's comments. And I would like to associate myself with them as well. So my understanding is that the work has clearly continued. Construction in this area of the economy was not shut down. We know that, but as we move forward, the things that have been in the pipeline were things that were already permitted. Have you all been able to see any upcoming trends as to things slowing down?
Actually, no. So when I went through and looked at our different tracking metrics, I looked at our permits, and I think I said earlier in the presentation, January we averaged just for right-of-way permits around 278. February we went up to 300. March is the outlier. We only had 60 permits, but that's when the malware attack occurred, so our permitting system went down. As soon as we were able to get it back online in April, we were back up to 360 permits submitted. And as we go into May, we're over 200, and we'll probably hit that 300 mark again. So this is just continuing, and the same goes with the other divisions as well.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to make sure. So I appreciate all of the information here. It is hard, you know, hopefully moving forward, I also appreciate you saying, you know, that in the past few years, you've all have been trying to be really innovative and not wanted to add positions. And now it would be easier on our budget to have spread those positions out, 3 here or 2 there, because now we're going to have to swallow potentially 6. One of them obviously through stormwater, but it's a little bit over $700,000 total in a year that that's not the type of expense we would maybe want to put at this time. Again, I understand the need, but just moving forward. And also within those positions, if you had to make a choice at some point, if we said, okay, not 6, but 3, it would be, I would like to see what those positions would be out of the total.
Okay.
If we were going to basically we're not going to fund all 6, but we're willing to fund a percentage of it.
I can work with our budget analyst to provide that priority ranking.
Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Are there any other questions from Mayor Schul?
Thank you. I just have a comment. I appreciate all the things that my colleagues have said, and I think they've hit all the important issues. And Marvin, thank you for a great explanation. I just want to point out that we used to charge the utilities for a lot of these things. And the state took that away from us. Marvin, what, 5 years ago, I'm thinking?
It was around 2016, 2017 when that change came in state law.
Yeah, so just to put a fine point on the point that a couple of my colleagues have made, this is not only are the utilities allowed to come in and, you know, dig in the right of way at will, but we used to be able to recover the cost of these things that now we're having to put up more money for. So I'll just say that that is not fair, but it is what our state law is right now, and so we're having to bite this bullet. But thank you, Marvin. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any other questions or comments from council members? All right, thanks. Are you raising your hand again? Councilmember Freeman?
Yes, I apologize for my colorful comments, but I really feel strongly about the way that we're being addressed as a city, and it's unfortunate that we would be in a position where we would have to raise taxes to address this, and I would love to find a way not to. And I know that this year is a difficult year with COVID-19, but I have to say that what we experienced last year was a disruption in our complete economy. I mean, the heartbreak of losing the gentleman that owned the store. I'm not gonna say it. And I would hate for that to happen again. And so I understand, trying to be guarded about how we add FTEs, but I want to be very clear that these are not things that we have control over. These companies coming in are not yielding to a city. They're not even yielding to a state. And so just noting, like, it's not just Google and AT&T, it's Sprint, it's Verizon. I mean, it's all of the major companies that are using these utilities or using the lines. And I mean, Spectrum, they're all here. They're not experiencing a COVID slowdown in the way that our small business community is experiencing it. They're experiencing a higher demand of, cell phones and internet. And if we don't provide a front line of defense, and that's the best way to put it, to make sure that our citizens or residents in this community are safe, I just feel like that would be a hard pill to swallow. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Williams, for your presentation and for all the work that you and your staff have been doing through this crisis. We appreciate you.
Sure, absolutely. And I'll be on the meeting for the remainder of the time to answer any other questions you all may have.
Great. Thank you so much. I believe I am turning my chair duties back over to the mayor for the next section.
Thank you, Madam
Mr.
Mayor Pro Tem. Next up, and thank you again, Marvin. Next up is our Community Development Department.
Greetings, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Reginald. We're glad to have you. Thank you.
Glad to be here. This is Reginald Johnson with the City of Durham Department of Community Development. I serve as director, and I'm here to present our FY21 budget. I just want to say that as with most of the departments in the City of Durham, indeed our whole world, this has been a challenge, but I think that the community development staff has risen to the challenge. I definitely want to take this opportunity to thank them for the hard work that they are doing and have done. I would just share with the council that 2/3 of the community development staff are working at home with their own personal computers, because we did not have computers for all, laptops for all community development staff. And for 2 months, they've been using their own personal devices to do city work. But I'm pleased that technology solutions in the city manager's office have worked to remedy that. And so next week, our community development staff will have city-owned devices to do city business. And so I'm very appreciative for the work that they've done for the past 2 months. With that, I'll just share with you the overview of what we're going to be talking about this morning. We're going to talk a little bit about the COVID-19 response from community development. We're going to talk about our FY21 operations. We'll talk about the budget highlights and the uncertainties that this future presents and how it will impact our work. So that's what you will walk away with at the conclusion of this presentation. Next slide. This just is a reminder of the presentation that we shared on last week with the federal funds as well as the dedicated housing fund, which is the real reason you have this slide on here as that relates to the general fund, but we'll be allocating $300,000 from the dedicated housing fund as part of our COVID-19 response. But I wanted to make sure you had the context again that we discovered. We'll be providing additional information as we work through the processes with the federal funds and as we move forward. Next slide. So the new challenges in the COVID-19 era, will impact the work and future that we have here at Community Development, the creation and preservation of affordable housing. One is the impact of the economic downturn. Of course, this depends upon the depth and the severity. But one of the major impacts that will impact our work is that there'll be increased fundraising challenges, and there are increased fundraising challenges for our nonprofit organizations that work to help us, particularly in the homelessness area. Another impact will be in housing finance. There could conceivably be a decline in the tax credit pricing for the low-income housing tax credit yields, as well as potential decline in lending. Another impact is the potential impacts on construction costs, and overall market is unclear at this point. Generally how that works, and because community development, we're producing affordable housing, when there's a recession, we actually tend to fare a little bit better because construction costs decrease during those times. But we're not sure, how that's going to pan out with the situation that we have now, and then how does that fit into the overall housing market? Not quite sure. And then for the work that is proceeding, and this will have an impact on whether work can proceed, is the new need for safety protocols. For example, in our emergency shelters and other homeless service providers, will need to engage in permanent ways of social distancing. And that might mean increased cost and increased construction in terms of designing ways to help, for example, the shelters lower the count in terms of number of people, number of families that they're serving, so that they're socially distanced. We don't know, how long that will be and to what extent, but that's something that we have to keep our eyes on. Then the rehab and repair of occupied units. One of the things that has not necessarily been going on is the rehab and repair of occupied units, because we're not going into other persons' homes now. When will that change? We don't quite know, but that is something that we also have to keep tabs on. And then also for some of our nonprofits, for example, Habitat, as well as others that use volunteers. And how do you use volunteers with the work that one is doing in this context? And so all of those will have roles and impacts in terms of presenting new challenges in this new era going forward for the length of time that we have to deal with this. Next slide. In terms of implementation for the bond program, the impact of the COVID-19 and economic downturn, of course, I just mentioned a small amount of funding that we have will be programmed into COVID response. There's a potential need to fill funding gaps created by the LIHTC, low-income housing tax credit market downturn, or crises like McDougall Terrace that could have further impacts. You'll have a presentation from the Housing Authority next work session. But one of the things we do know is that while we have met their request up to this point, we do not know whether there will be additional requests from the Housing Authority and what the magnitude of that will be as it relates to McDougall Terrace in particular. But that could have other further impacts that we'll have to face. And then the need to assess the market change in large redevelopment projects. This again goes to the Housing Authority, which is proceeding on the work that they're doing, but they're subject to the same market forces with focused on the LIHTC market as we are. And so they're going to be going with these big projects, and they're subject to pricing changes and yields. And so that's what role that has on them has on us as well. And so what we're going to do is we're just going to continue to monitor and update our leadership, over the coming year to see how this, transpires. And we're going to, in some respects, have to see what happens and then formulate plans to do that, depending upon the degree that what happens. Next slide. So in terms of the FY21 authorizations, I'm going to divide these up in some categories to make it a little bit easier to digest. So in terms of the homelessness area,
Rachel, excuse me.
yes.
That wasn't the UNC Cup, was it?
No, sir, it was not.
All right, just checking.
Okay, no, it's Southern University and A&M College.
Okay, good. I was just checking, Reginald. I didn't want to see a Tar Heel logo out there. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In terms of homelessness, we're going to have continued COVID-19 response. We have to, and we're in our two hat. One is the leader of the COC, the lead agency of the COC, Continuum of Care, as well as one of the members of the COC address the impacts of the shelter capacity. We've had a staff member in the Emergency Operations Center the entire time we've been with the COVID crisis to help and advise that. And we know that, expect that we're going to have to do some shoring up of provider capacity. Then one of the things aside from COVID-19, but this has an impact on it, is the stabilization of the homeless housing system after a period of rapid change. We may need to work to stabilize funding levels, also strengthen and refine system infrastructure. And we've talked about this before in prior presentations, and you knew that this was going to be a multi-year project, but working on a coordinated entry, which we have, the Unsheltered Coordinating Agency, which you just approved a contract for that. Also look at permanent housing replacement, including, and this is a major part, that as the COC lead agency, providing training and technical assistance to our homeless housing system providers. And then also updating the governance structure. And as you know, we're working on that as well. Next slide. In terms of multifamily production, we have issued a $15 million request for proposals. It was actually issued a couple of weeks ago. We just had the workshop on it day before yesterday. We had a record, well, I won't say a record, but over 40 persons attended that expressed interest, and we'll see what applications we received. The application deadline is July the 10th. But there's quite a bit of interest. This does include a combination of funds from dedicated housing to affordable housing bond funds to our federal funds, all included in this RFP. But we don't know what we're going to receive during this time. We're optimistic that we will receive some great applications, but we don't know until after we pass the deadline and see what we have to evaluate. But interest has been demonstrated. Then, of course, the Durham Housing Authority is a major player in the multifamily production. This includes work, you've seen some of this before, J.J. Henderson Tower Rehabilitation at $2.9 million, the J.J. Henderson New Construction at $3 million, the tax credit applications for the Housing Authority, you've just seen those, Elizabeth Street at $1.5 million and Commerce Street at $1.1 million. And then you'll see upcoming next week at the work session, an operating grant just under $2 million and a relocation grant. And so those are things that we plan and we're trying to move forward with and support the Housing Authority on for the upcoming year. Next slide. In terms of our neighborhood stabilization, in terms of our public services, one of the things that we're working on and particularly proud of is because the bond had passed, we're able to set aside some resources for employment pilot that we're working with OEWD and the Housing Authority on. And so our goal is to get that kicked off this year. And we want to also continue the eviction diversion. And then one of the things that's been talked about that we want to get off the ground in FY 21, it may be toward the end, is the property tax outreach. If you remember, this is where we want to try to reach persons who were not participating in tax programs for which they could benefit. And so we wanted to try to figure out a way, if not go door to door, involve folks to come up with a plan to actually increase the number and percentage of persons and households who take advantage of the programs for which they qualify. Then in the housing production and preservation, our goals and our programs for FY21 include implementing down payment assistance program, doing minor repair and substantial rehabilitation. Of course, this is subject to the slides and the constraints based on COVID that I just mentioned.
I'm sorry, Reginald, the property tax outreach, that's that's just in relation to the bond and not to anything that, like the grants that have been done in the past?
No, this is the property tax outreach is this program that focuses on encouraging persons who participate in the circuit breaker program, the other programs that are state funded that are allow people to with assistance on their property taxes, is to make sure that those persons know about the programs and take advantage of them. That's property tax outreach. Then in terms of going back to housing production and preservation, the lead grant is here. We have a $3 million lead grant. The reason that it's on this slide is not because it requires any, it's federal money, but it requires an extensive amount of time that the neighborhood stabilization is engaged in. And so it requires such amount of time that it does have an impact on the work that we're able to do. And then new construction, preservation on neighborhood scale projects, and then also getting our financing pilots off the ground. This is naturally occurring of affordable housing preservation and accessory dwelling units. The other financing pilot that, if you remember when we had discussions about this, was the Durham Affordable Housing Loan Fund. And we've been able to put in our contribution, the city's contribution, and to get that actually has been started. Next slide.
Hey, Reginald, I'm sorry if I might have a quick question as well about property tax outreach. So the outreach, is it fair to characterize it as this is a reference to us educating folk about programs that are out there? Is this any way referencing actual city money that would be used to stabilize homeowners? Or is this just an educational program about other stuff out there?
This property tax outreach in this bullet is just education.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Also, on that NOAA, is there any information, like, is that readily available? Because I don't think I've seen that.
Council member, you haven't seen it because there's nothing for you to see.
I understand.
That's one of the things I'm sharing in terms of FY20.
I often miss it. I just want to make sure I didn't miss it.
No, we don't have anything to share right now. But our goal is to start this some kind of way, have discussions and get this developing these pilots, sometime this year. Of course, that'll be impacted by COVID in terms of our time frame. Couldn't tell you even what quarter, but that's where we are, and that's one of our goals for FY21. Next slide. This is some information in the next two slides on the long-term homeowner grant program. We actually discussed this at the last meeting, and I shared with I think Mayor Pro Tem may have asked the question. And I said that we would discuss it a little bit more this at the budget hearing. So in terms of long-term homeowner grant program, when we started this pilot, we had agreed that we would do it for 3 years. And then after 3 years, we would submit a report and have discussions on how we were to proceed with this long-term homeowner grant program. Just to refresh the memory, this is for eligible homeowners who must have annual incomes that are less or equal to 80% of the area median income. Property must be located in Southside, Northeast Central Durham, or Southwest Central Durham target areas and within 500 feet of a city housing investment that occurred between 2010 and 2015. The homeowner must have owned and occupied the property as their primary residence since July 1, 2012. And the program was approved by City Council for the 2016, 2017, 2018 real property tax years. The grant amount is the difference between the 2015 property tax obligation and that of the 2016, 2017, or 2018 property tax obligation. Next slide. So this is the third year of the 3-year pilot. The program is still underway. We extended the deadline to COVID to June the 30th of 2020. And in terms of the 2018 tax year, we received a total of 32 applications to date. 3 of them have come in while we're working remotely. That's one of the reasons we extended the deadline. And then 15 were approved. Thus far, 10 have been declined. 5 were incomplete, and 2 have not yet been reviewed, only because the staff, we're working remotely and they come in by mail. And again, applications will be accepted until June 30th of 2020. And we may look at extending that to see how that goes, but that's where we are in terms of the long-term homeowner grant program. Next slide. In terms of new positions, this is a new position that we're requesting, a contracts and compliance associate business services analyst. This person is part of this position will be part of the team that works on contracts and compliance. And in terms of the core question, is it mission critical? Actually, it is. One of the things that you'll notice in terms of our work, that our work contracts are becoming increasingly more complex. One is due to federal regulation. Another is program design and how we're designing those. And so from the standpoint of, what city council sees, you'll see the contract and amount and a vendor and the scope of services. But there's a lot of work that goes into developing that from a programmatic side that the project manager in this position works on. And then also after the contract is executed, is in place, then oftentimes we're monitoring not just after the building is built, but sometimes depending upon the affordability period, we'll monitor for the next 20 years, sometimes the next 30 years. And that's part of what this person fits on a team that does that is in need of some support. Next slide. Budget highlights. I just wanted to share the main budget highlight. The CARES funding that we talked about is one-time funding. And so we just need to be mindful of that in terms of setting expectations and our program development, to keep in mind that once the funds are distributed, that there will not likely be something to come behind it to keep it going. And so we just have to keep that in mind. Next slide. In terms of resource allocation table, this is the dedicated housing fund. You will see that it's a decrease of in revenue of 43%, but that's only because we had uploaded some money from fund balance last year. And so, but we have not done that this year for this upcoming budget because we're not sure on what program projects will go forward and which ones will not due to COVID. And so that's something we need to refine, and we'll be working on with the budget office and our partners going forward. So we'll know what money we need to refine that number to see what that number will look like. Next slide. This is our all sources, and you will see the same thing. We have some personnel services increases, but the main thing is ascertaining what monies we'll need to upload from fund balance or bring up from fund balance, include from fund balance for projects that are moving forward. And that involves an analysis of what's going to move forward and what's going to not move forward in terms of COVID. Next slide. That concludes the formal presentation. I will stand ready for any questions. I would want to add, though, that in terms of the bond referendum, resources are not included in these charts because we don't have project specific just yet in terms of what money is needed. But we will, and I think David Boyd is on the line. Once we know that, we'll be able to draw that money. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Reginald. What a great presentation. Congratulations. When I think about where we were, 3-4 years ago on our affordable housing work and how much you all have advanced it and how much momentum it has in so many different areas, from supporting the housing authority to the homelessness work. I mean, just a tremendous range, supporting our nonprofits. And I think you made some really wise decisions on the expenditure of the CARES money. So I want to congratulate you on really continuing to move things forward in a really great way. So I think what I'll do now is ask if there are questions by my colleagues, questions or comments from any of my colleagues. And Councilmember Reese, I know we can't see you, but if you want to get in, maybe I'll start with you. Do you have any questions? Because I know we can't see you, but we'd love to have you in if you'd like to be now.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that. And apologies to my colleagues and you, Reginald. I would love for you to be able to see my smiling face, but instead you must simply deal with the dulcet tones of my voice. Can you? I've heard a lot about. I've heard a lot of people say that there are lots of problems right now with the LIHTC market. Can you talk us through what that means and how that impacts what we're trying to do on housing right now?
So one of the things that's important to know, the pricing of the bonds. So part of the LIHTC market is basically you're granted some bonds that are sold on the market. And the question is, how much money do those yield and how much money does one have to put in their particular project? And the pro formas are built on having a certain amount, maybe 92 cents on the dollar. But if the market only yields 82 cents on the dollar, that produces a gap in terms of financing. And so the question is, your project is still going to need the 92 cents, but you don't have it. So where do you get that from? And so that's, produces a gap that, if it's severe enough, you might not be able to proceed with your project.
Okay. Councilmember Reese, do you want more information about just the general market conditions right now, or just the explanation?
That would be great. And obviously, I don't expect to get that now, but if someone could send us some information about what's happening in the market, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll be glad to complete that on follow-up.
So we have traditionally been given a spending plan for the dedicated housing fund. Is the reason we're not getting that now because of all the uncertainty around how this next year's allocation from the housing fund is going to be spent? And do you have a timetable about when we might get that?
So that is correct. And we have to talk with folks who are seeing when we will be able to issue RFPs, also when other partners, what their schedules for work is involved. This is what you're referring to that I presented at the retreat. And so basically it's an updated version. I imagine that we probably need to, look at probably the next 4 weeks or so. I just shared with you before a couple of times things that we've been working on. But this is an important part of the budget process.
Can you talk a little bit more about the business services analysis position and help me understand what that position would do and why it's important for you?
Oh, yes, be glad to. So as I shared, the compliance and analyst position is part of a team. This team is responsible for the development of our contracts. The way we do work in community development, part of the project managers has a responsibility to work on development, but a lot of the fine tuning and the templates come from the contracts team, and this person is part of that team. And a lot of our contracts now are unique. The role of the attorney is that they look for legal, but this is programmatic compliance, because things can very much be legal and be out of compliance as it relates to HUD or any internal things that in terms of monitoring. And so they make sure that our compliance contracts are developed well. And then once those contracts are in place, then we have to work on monitoring for those contracts and those developments for sometimes up to 30 years, most often 20, in which that means is that we have to sometimes go out there on an annual basis, go to each one. And sometimes we do on-site. Right now, we're doing some desk monitoring, but that's really not sufficient. You have to go on-site to do monitoring of files as well. And that's what this position helps with that on their team. Does that help?
Yeah, that's helpful. I think, so the work that this person would be doing, who's doing that work now?
No one is doing it now.
Well, that seems bad.
Yeah, that's one of the challenges.
But Reginald, isn't that also because some of those projects haven't been initiated yet?
Some have not been initiated, but also, Mr. Manager, keep in mind, we have some projects that are ongoing now that have not been monitored.
Thank you.
Okay, well, that's good to know. Can we talk a little bit now about the long-time homeowner grant program? The current status of the budget documentation that we've received so far does not include a kind of the granular level of detail that we would normally have seen by now, and I totally understand that. But from the tone of the presentation you've made so far today, am I correct in assuming that your department's current budget does not contain funding for the long-time homeowner grant program for the upcoming fiscal year?
That is correct. It does not contain programming to go beyond the 3 years.
And can you help me understand why that is?
Well, as I shared last week and had just shared when the council approved the program, it was for 3 years. And what we were intending to do and what the plan was to come back and discuss at the close of the 3 years the results and decide what we were going to do next. The program is not concluded yet. As I was just sharing, the deadline has actually been extended.
Reginald, could you also clarify approximately what the annual cost of the grants have been, if you know off the top of your head?
The top of my head, if I remember correctly, we did a presentation on this. The average was about $250 to $300.
I'm talking about the total cost.
The total cost, we just went over, last year went just over $10,000.
Thank you.
So,
I'm sorry, did you say 2,000 or 10,000?
10,000, 10,100,000.
All right, excuse me, Charlie, I'm sorry. But
that's okay. So Reginald, is it your intention to have that subsequent conversation at some point later?
That was my intention, to have that conversation later. In terms of what we're talking about in terms of financing, we'll just have a conversation with the manager about that.
Because if it's not in the budget, I feel like the conversation's already been had, and we weren't part of it. So, I guess.
Yeah, I would say to if it was of interest to the council to extend the program while you're waiting for the evaluation, obviously $10,000 additional cost is not significant in the scheme of those things, for sure.
I thank you. Thank you. As usual, you put it much more clearly than I did, and I'm grateful. I'd definitely like to do that. And obviously my colleagues can speak for themselves about how they feel about it. The last thing I wanted to talk about, Reginald, is the the taxpayer assistance program that we've been talking about in Joint City County for what seems like 10 years. I know that that our kind of collaborative work on that with the county was interrupted in part due to the malware attack and in part due to COVID-19. But I wanted to kind of hear your thoughts about where that work currently sits and what the city's kind of ability to participate in that is, were the county to decide over the next, 4 weeks to be ready to move forward with that in partnership with the city.
Thank you for that question, council member. From the standpoint of where we are, I would just say, first of all, that it's not a program that has been developed. So I know I've read commentary that there's a program that it's a vote on yes or no on. And basically what's been county has shared with us based on some discussions is a draft of a white paper with a range of options, a very range of options that we are, the city, going to have to go back and have some discussion with this and get some additional data to even begin to formulate which of the different branches of program that we would consider choosing. That's before you even get to a program that one can be presented to the joint city county or the city council or the county commission. And so we're not there yet. I don't know that we'll get there, in 4 weeks. I don't know, but the city has not had the follow-up meeting with the county as of yet. I don't know when the next joint city county is or what commission meeting and when that will occur, but that's where we are in terms of the process. We helped to feed in information to part of the white paper that's a draft, but there are lots of outstanding questions and more additional research that have to be completed before any decisions are made.
And obviously, as we've discussed many times, this is not something that the city can do by ourselves, given the nature of kind of how tax payments work in our community, who collects them, the fact that the majority of people's tax bills go to the county, not the city. This is something that we really need the county to come along with. Is that a fair assessment, Reginald?
I would say that is a fair assessment, council member. One of the things that is important that I, of course, keep my eye on is the number of staff that it takes to operate a program, since we have some similar experience with a program in this general area. And the magnitude of the program that's being discussed, the options that we have would involve, if community development were to be responsible, adding way more positions to be able to work through the applications than what we're doing now.
Councilmember Reese, also, I wanted to add, Wanda Page was leading a lot of those discussions that we were having with the county, and I was hoping she could comment, but unfortunately she just sent me a text that her internet dropped off too, and so she's having a challenge in getting engaged in this conversation. So hopefully she'll get back on shortly, and I'll try to text her with some background, and she can, maybe also talk about whatever conversations she's had with the county staff.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. I've done a lot of talking. I'm going to let my colleagues get in, and I may have some follow-ups. But thank you, Reginald, and thanks everybody.
One other thing I wanted to comment on, the analyst position, the new position that's requested, that's funded out of the dedicated housing fund. That was in the plan for the bond issue in the dedicated housing fund. That's not a general fund funded position.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and thank you, Reginald. Thank you, council member. Who would like to go next? Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Reginald, good morning. Good to see you, as always. I want to thank my colleague, Councilor Reese, who anticipated some of my questions around long-term homeowner grant program, although I do have some further. My unseen but definitely felt colleague, Councilor Reese, so thank you so much. So I want to, two areas. One, the long-term homeowners grant. Then I want to ask about some of the RFPs we've been putting out for developers. And Reginald, when folk think about our government's ability to impact gentrification and other ills, social ills, your department is usually the one that is viewed as the tip of the spear, for better, for worse. Appropriately or inappropriately. Community development is often, I hear a lot about what we can do via your department related to a number of issues that folk are struggling with and challenged by in our city. And the reality is there are only very few levers that we can pull as a government when it comes to gentrification because the market tends to assert itself. We've got an affordable housing density bonus, which has not, quite honestly, had stellar impact. Expanding housing choices are yet undetermined as to what it will do in our city relative to gentrification. So the city using its financial muscle, our coffers, to directly impact homeowners is really one of the only on-ramps we have to make a substantive entry into this gentrification battle beyond just making speeches about it. So I want to, and for those that are watching that are really, and we've gotten a lot of letters and emails from activists and engaged residents and citizens about tax assistance in the grant program and its necessity to battle gentrification. But I want to be clear, it does not address a homeowner's temptation to just cash out, because it's not just about taxes. It's about repairs. It's about the state of the house. It's about just being tired of paying bills sometimes. And the work that needs to be done to educate homeowners to hold on to their real estate is something that's got to happen outside of government channels. We can help with that, but there's got to be some conversations in our community about the importance of holding on to real estate. So I just want to say to folks that are watching, we don't want to oversell this program. 30 some odd applications, I think you said last year or this year, is not really the penetration we need in order to seriously affect gentrification in the city. I want to be very clear to folk watching. There's some other things going on and some other aspects of the discussion, but it is something. It is at least an effort on the part of our city to do something with money, with real money behind it. So I want to associate myself with those who want to continue the program. And I also want to challenge us that although the numbers have not been stellar in terms of penetration or reaching folk to participate in it, I'm wondering if there's more we can do in terms of outreach, of lowering barriers to participate in the grant program. Some folk have said that some of the application process is onerous, and that's anecdotal. But are there things we can do to make this program more robust in your assessment? And do you have a recommendation about continuing this program? You're a manager, and you're here to give us numbers and say this has worked, this hasn't worked, or in my opinion. But I want you to do that for us, because I really think that this is really one of the only levers we can pull, one of the only buttons we can push as a government in this issue of gentrification. I don't want to oversell it to our friends that are watching and our residents that are watching to think that this is something we can do. I don't want to oversell the program. But on the other hand, I want to make sure that we've given it all of the chance it deserves to work as well. And there are other things that we need to be doing to make it more robust and impactful. So if you would speak to that, and then I'll go to my next issue.
Okay. Well, thank you for your comments and your question, Council Member. The first thing that I would say, from my standpoint and our standpoint, community development, it's not the only lever in terms of the grant program. One of the things that's most important is to preserve the best we can with the resources we have, existing affordable housing that we have. That's the number one. Number two is to produce much more than what we can. That's the reason to work with the Housing Authority and the work that we're doing is so critical. In terms of making sure that persons have the resources to participate in the programs that are out there. We have evidence to suggest that for the programs that are out there, that the number of people who qualify are not participating in those. And indeed, that's one of the reasons that with COVID-19 funding, that we are looking at the tax program as well, in terms of the tax program and making sure people can qualify for their stimulus checks. So that's another thing.
Sure, and I get, and I wanted to be very clear that and I think I said it's one of the only ones we can do, right. And I understand the other affordable housing initiatives, but you and I both know there's something different about home ownership. It's home ownership that drives wealth creation, not renting, and there's a specific concern around the amount of Black homes, the diminishing percentage of Black home owners in Durham. We know we got plenty of renters. So again, I would ask you and to speak to this particular program in terms of preserving home ownership, and then we can get to the rental situation after that, if you would.
Well, I would suggest one of the things I have to look at as a manager is the amount of resources that we put in to get the yield. And as I shared with the council before, in terms of specifically the long-term homeowner grant program, what it takes to process an application based upon the yield that we have in terms of the amount of money that one would benefit by is very small. It takes us way more time in terms of the time and the effort that it takes to produce a $300, $250 check to help someone with their tax bill, which is oftentimes much more than that. That I have to look at what about all the other work, including work on home ownership, that needs to be done. And so in terms of cost benefit, you know, I understand that, you know, everybody needs assistance with their taxes.
Yeah, and
everybody can use that. We understand and appreciate that. What I have to look at is balance that on the other side.
right.
Is what it takes to be able to produce that.
Absolutely. And that's why you're here. And that's why, you know, you guys win awards constantly, and why our staff wins awards constantly, because that's what we pay you to do, to give us that kind of information. I want those that are watching to be aware that that's what you're supposed to say to us. How folk might hear that, though, is that, and you're not saying this, I'm saying this now, how folk might hear that, and I think some folk might interpret it, is that it's too expensive for us to help people in this program, that the per unit cost relative to our outcome is just not worth the cost. You didn't say that, I said that. So I guess the question is, taking the onus off of folk out there trying to justify why we need to do this, is there something we can do as a government? Do we need to be, how can we make it more robust? Is it more money? Is it more staff around it? Have we done our level best at promoting this program and educating folk about it, at lowering barriers to participation in it? So when folk ask me, what can I say to them about that?
I would say, council member, in terms of advertising the program pre-COVID, that we actually went to PAC meetings. We had talked to community groups. We actually would go out and offer to go out to seniors' homes to help them fill out their applications. One of the things that we've struggled with is that in terms of COVID, a lot of some applications come in by mail, because seniors are mailing those, and we're concerned about that they might not be able to do that. They don't have the technology to necessarily go electronic. But we offer to help them. We've kept notaries on staff to be able to do that in terms of supporting them in terms of their application. You know, if one gave a lot more money, you know, we can do a lot of different things. But what I love to look at, you know, is terms of even the models that we've talked about with the joint city county, with the county, that's going models to process applications in the thousands will involve, you know, 7 to 10 more people. Or if you're outsourcing it, it's still going to involve having a contract with somebody to be able to do it, and you're still going to have to pay them for it. So it's going to be paid for either way. It's not necessarily free. And the question that we all have to ask, and I have to ask, you know, as a manager, is what is the cost benefit analysis? No, people, you know, might not want to hear that, but that's what I have to, in fact, look at and weigh that, because I understand about the taxes, and taxes have increased, maybe not this year, but we're dealing with a COVID-19 crisis that has an impact on people's household incomes and all of that. But we at the city have to be efficient and use cost benefit analysis too, cost benefit analysis too, as we use the taxpayers' dollar.
Absolutely. And I want you to keep asking about cost benefit analysis. Listen, you're one of the best in the business that do it, and we're blessed to have you. So keep doing that. I'm going to pivot from this issue, but I will say that this program was adapted before I was sworn in, and I think it was done with wisdom, and I think it was prudent, and I think it was reflective of our values. And I want to associate myself with those who are interested in not discontinuing this program. I think I would like to see it continue in some form or fashion, and for us to press ourselves to find ways that we can make it more robust. I do want to pivot now, and then I'll yield.
Councilmember Middleton, before you go to your next question, I think, why don't we stick with that, your current topic for just a minute?
Oh, sure.
And I agree with you. I think that's important to a lot of people. We'll get back to you, but let's try to hone in on this one, because it's Councilmember Reese raised it, you've raised it, and I see the Mayor Pro Tem would like to comment as well.
Yes,
and
sir.
I see Councilmember Freeman. Is that okay? We'll come back to you.
Absolutely, sir. I'll yield.
Yeah, thanks. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I just wanted to jump in and say that I agree with my colleagues that this is a program that we need to continue, at least in its current form, until we can secure the participation in the county for an expanded program. I believe that I hadn't remembered that the program was supposed to end this year, and had thought that we were continuing the existing program in our budget, and would like to keep doing that, at least for the folks, so that we can continue to serve some of our residents. I agree that it's critical for the county to be involved as we build out a broader program of tax relief, and to think deeply about who we're targeting and what kind of parameters we need. The city going it alone doesn't make sense given the proportion of the tax bill that we hold and that the county runs the tax office. And so I have been encouraging those residents who've contacted me about this question to continue to engage the county to move forward. And as Charlie said, we've been discussing this for a long time. I think at least on my part, I'm ready to move forward with an expanded program, and hope that our colleagues over at the county will choose to join us in that, but want us to add whatever funding in our budget would be necessary to continue our existing program for at least the next year while we try to build out something that can be more substantial and more impactful. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you, and I appreciate the line of questions from Councilmember Reese and Councilmember Middleton, and I associate myself with those comments, and also want to add that prior to being on council, I was actually partnered with Jim Savara in presenting this as an option to the council in 2015-16. And I was excited about the opportunity for it to move forward. I was not happy about the way it was set up. And so I just want to highlight that I think that there could be some changes that are made in this cycle that could help to help evolve what the city and county's plan could look like, along the lines of extending the number of years that you have to be a long-term homeowner. And then also, I know we extended I think the places last year from just Northeast Central and South Side to a couple of others. And I want to make sure that they align with, I think kind of the transformation in 10 conversation, that there should be some aspect of this that looks more citywide. And I also want to say that this is not about the $10,000. This is about how we express our values, and recognizing that it's not just gentrification, that it's also racism and race equity and redlining. So when Councilmember Middleton brings up that home ownership is the wealth building tool that most families use, and Black families and brown families are less likely to have them, there's a reason we put this in place. And so I'll hold off on the rest of my comments, but I do want to note that I do want to have the conversation on what shifts could be made to make it more impactful, because it is a very innovative way to think about how to address issues around race. Because it's not that we're saying that people who are not of color don't have tax burdens or are experiencing tax, financial and tax hardships, but it's different. And I think that it's important to note the same thing for the small business community. And I really want to dig into how this program was set up and figure out what parts and pieces of this can be transferred in a more race equity conversation towards businesses in the same way that it's addressing housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. All right, Councilmember Caballero.
Thank you. I just want to say that I agree with all my colleagues. I would like this to continue into our next budget. I know that we need more from the county on this, and I look forward to their partnership.
Thank you. Colleagues, I think it would be best to formalize what I sense is a unanimous sentiment. And so I think we should go ahead and vote to put this in the budget. And I think first we will need a rule to suspend the rules and vote. And so could I have a motion to that effect?
Move to suspend.
Second.
The moved and second that we suspend the rules and vote. And I'm going to ask the clerk if she could, Mr. Manager, you want to comment?
Mr. Mayor, I'll certainly defer to you. I think in the past for these kind of decisions, we've just used the straw poll kind of thing as opposed to an official vote of the council. because you're directing us as to how you want monies adjusted in the budget that you will be considering on the 15th.
Okay.
But I'll leave it up to you.
Yeah, I'm just in the COVID-19 era. I just have felt more like we need more formal votes.
Sure.
But
That's
let me
fine.
ask
That's
the attorney
fine.
what she thinks. Madam Attorney, are you with us? Yeah, thanks. So that's okay. The question I have is, you know, I was going to have the rules suspended, have a vote on that, and then vote on the just directing that this be in the budget. The manager's right. Usually we do this just by thumbs up. Do you have any thoughts? I mean, is thumbs up okay?
I think so, yeah, because it's not an official vote on the item itself. So I think the manager's direction is correct. I agree.
All right, thank you. Then colleagues, if we'll go back, and if the maker and the seconder of that motion are okay, we'll just do thumbs up on this to direct our administration. So can I see thumbs up, everybody who has I'm trying to get mine to show in my picture. There we go. I don't see Councilmember Middleton. Got it. Yes, I do. So it's unanimous, Mr. Manager, and thank you for including that in our budget. We also, I think, relative to this, want to discuss the long-term, the larger program. I know I have some thoughts, and I'm sure others do too. But before we do that, let me go back to Councilmember Middleton for his questions, and then we'll and comments, and then we'll come back to the long-term. We'll come back to the taxpayer grant program in a little bit. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Reginald, for hanging in here with us. I want to pivot to some of the RFPs we've been issuing in anticipation of the affordable housing bond projects. I addressed a group of the state meeting of minority and women contractors, I think a couple months ago at Wake Tech. And afterwards, a participant said something to me that really kind of caught my attention, that speaks to the equity and how aggressive we're being in terms of meeting our equity goals early in the process as opposed to later in the process. I think we've got some really wonderful number, and correct me if I'm right, it's something like 30-some-odd% we say we're targeting of our contracts, development contracts for the affordable housing bond projects for minority firms or business firms. I think it's a really aggressive number. My question is, now that we're issuing RFPs, and what this contractor said to me is that there are ways to have our equity people and equity apparatus involved early in the process, even in the way we craft RFPs. And there are best practices and industry guidelines on how to even craft RFPs to make your meeting your equity goals more realistic or more robust, as opposed to putting out the RFPs in kind of a vanilla form, boilerplate form, and then hoping that there are minority and women-owned firms out there that can meet the standards. And I guess my question is, now that we are actually issuing RFPs relative to the affordable housing bond projects, and we have this very aggressive benchmark for participation, have we started now putting in assurances and triggers in the process to make attaining that goal of whatever it is, a 30% more likely than not, I guess is the question in terms of our equity work?
Yeah, council member, we have actually. We were just talking about yesterday and the day before yesterday in the workshop that we held. One of the things is that we stress to those who are interested in applying, it's in writing, as well as we did verbally at our work session on the RFP, that our minority and women-owned business participation is something that we look at really closely, that we evaluate, that is important to us as a value for the city of Durham. That's very clearly communicated and was communicated quite clearly the day before yesterday, and it's in our RFP issuance as well. if there's always, we're open to listening to others to receive comments on how we can make them better with regard to minority and women-owned business participation. Always I have open ears for that, but also keep in mind that it is open. We are gap financiers. So that means that we don't necessarily fund a project, we fund gaps to make the project affordable to the extent that we needed to reach the target groups that we need, which actually a lot of times are Black and brown, quite frankly. And so that is something that is important as well.
Okay. Thanks. I'm gonna, and I.
If you have any more suggestions, we're definitely open to that. There's no question about it.
Absolutely, and I'll follow up with you offline in the department about some of the best practices I've been reading about in terms of ensuring more equity at the front end, beyond just the kind of standard things we normally do with RFPs and our statements of desiring inclusion. But my understanding, there are some things going on in the industry where you can be more within legal confines, more robust in terms of ensuring success at the back end as opposed to the front end. So we'll talk more about that. I'm going to yield now. I've taken up time. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, Reginald. Always good to see you.
Thank you, Council Member. Those are important issues. And I do know, I just want to say that the Housing Authority, which of course will be the largest by far organization that we would be supporting with our funds, is meeting up front, has had lots of meetings, and their contractors has been meeting with minority developers and potential minority contractors, and that's super important. I was on a call with Anthony Scott and a potential minority developer a couple of days ago. So I'm really appreciative of that and agree that it's critical that it happen up front. And I'm glad that you all are thinking about that, Reginald, and that the Housing Authority is as well.
Absolutely. Thanks, man.
So other questions and comments for Reginald at this time? Others, Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to catch up on community development every year. So this is my third year. And I will say that last year was a little bit intense, recognizing that I felt like the bond wasn't going as far as I needed it to go. And now I feel like I'm glad that it's done. And I wish we could have done much more. But from where we are, I do have a lot of concerns around race equity and how we engage. And I just want to put that out front and noting that, like I mentioned before, that the reason that we're doing these things is not just to address affordability in a way. And I mean, from your side, on the public administration side, yes. On a policy side, it is to right the wrongs of the past. And I think that we need to be more prescriptive and identifying that. And I'm hopeful that as a council that will focus on trying to find ways to pencil that in, to note that it is around race equity and not just around providing home ownership to everyone or, making everyone whole. This is a specific issue for me around how folks of color have been disenfranchised in home ownership. And so it just needs to be spelled out a little bit more. And so I can't fault you for that or the city manager or any staff for that. That's something on our side that we just have to spend some time on. And I would love to engage the mayor and Mayor Pro Tem and figuring out how to set up some roundtables around that so that we could actually spell out what that looks like. So thank you.
Would welcome that, Council Member.
Thank you, Council Member. Happy to talk about that. Other questions or comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
You're muted, Jillian.
Sorry, microphone issue. Folks hear me now? Great.
Yes.
So wanted to bring up some concerns that I've heard on the homeless system calls that I've been listening in on over the last few weeks related to COVID with regard to an increase in homelessness that we're seeing right now in the community, various causes that are kind of floating around with I don't think people really know why that's happening yet, but I think it's something that we as a city and as a council especially need to keep our eye on in terms of resources that might be needed in the next year to try to mitigate the impact of an increase in homelessness, and especially during a pandemic when we know that folks who may lose their homes or be evicted or be unable to stay with friends and family due to COVID are going to be at even greater risk. Do you have what are your feelings about that in your department? I know that that y'all are aware of this, but in terms of resources that might be needed to handle an increase in the upcoming budget, do y'all have thoughts or ideas about whether we need to be thinking about that right now?
Mayor Pro Tem, thank you for the question. So keep in mind that that's one of the reasons that we wanted to have some money for, use some of the COVID money for help people with rent assistance. And then there's actually some more of the resources to use for counseling as it relates to foreclosure prevention. But also do remember in terms of actual homelessness, we have the sheltered and the unsheltered. The unsheltered, our coordinating agency is just getting off the ground. You just approved that contract. What additional resources they'll need, we're not sure just yet. They need to get up and running more. They've been running at I would say a challenge level, a lower level since the Alliance pulled their funding. And so that's been one piece, but we need to let them get off the ground fully with those funding, and then they can make some recommendations to us. So that's their role. Another part is with that's the unsheltered. Then you're also talking about the sheltered. That's something that we're also going to have to keep our eye on, because the sheltered are those that are in a hotel are probably going to have to come out in July. I think July the 8th. Don't know what's going to happen after that. They are engaging in some procedures and trying to revamp, as I mentioned earlier, around engaging in social distancing. What role we'll play in that, not clear just yet. Depends upon what CDC says, what the guidance is, what needs to be done, but we know we're going to have to do something around that. Can't come to you with a specific dollar amount and say we need X amount right now. But that is something that we are monitoring very closely.
Thank you. If y'all could just keep us in the loop on that situation, what trends you're seeing, and so we can just stay on top of it, that'd be great.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Other questions and comments? If not, I'm going to move us to the discussion of the tax grant relief program, Reginald, that we've talked a lot about at Joint City County. You mentioned, and also Councilmember Reese mentioned as well. I want to just, and the Mayor Pro Tem also. And I just want to second what the Mayor Pro Tem was saying. I really feel like most of our property tax is locally, it's county property tax, somewhere around 60%. And also they have the tax office that has to administer this. I received last night and sent last night to my colleagues a memo from the county, a draft memo that honestly does not spell out a plan. It, as you mentioned, Reginald, it includes options that our community development staff developed. It includes, and those are partially in response to what Jim Savara had drafted and has been circulated, but it doesn't include any recommendation on the part of county staff It doesn't include any preference for any of the programs. It identifies a cost at what they believe at the low end. If it was a 30% AMI program, 30% and below, and that program got a 50% uptake, they estimate the administrative cost would be about $750,000. And that's on the low end of those costs. So with all that said, I really feel we have been very, heading into this budget, I was very much in favor of doing this. Now we've got a new situation with our tax revenue, and we've determined that we're not going to raise taxes. And I think that's definitely the right call, and we were unanimous in that. But heading into the budget, we very much wanted to do it, but we knew we needed to do it with the county as our partner. Not only as our partner, but our leader. They're the ones with the tax office. They collect the taxes. They have to, and I was really hoping that their administration would come forward with a plan that we could get behind. I don't see that plan, and I don't see that plan coming in the near future. I remain, and I believe our council remains, very supportive of a broader tax relief program for long-term low-income homeowners than the one that we have now. So I'll put that out there. And I guess that without that, I don't see how, without a county plan, and I don't see how we allocate any money for that now. But I am very interested in us doing this in the future. I very much support that. And so I'll just put that on the table for my colleagues. I would like us to figure out how we might proceed on that. And so I'll see if any of my colleagues have any comments. Reginald, would you like to go ahead?
Yeah, if you don't mind, Mr. Mayor, I'd just like to add that the document that you're referring to is what I characterize as a white paper that listed different types of options. I would just offer to you that the financial numbers in that are being updated. That's one of the parts that's on the city side of the ledger that we are doing. But as I mentioned earlier, we on the city side have not had the follow-up conversation with the county staff. And the electeds may have, but we've not to try to narrow down some of those options to come up with a proposal. So yes, you are exactly correct that it's not a proposal that's defined that's to bring to the elected officials.
Okay. I'm going to make a recommendation to my colleagues. I'm going to recommend that we tell our county commission colleagues that we are supportive of a program of a citywide program of tax relief for long-term low-income homeowners, that we await their proposal, that we are interested in funding this proposal, and that we will consider a proposal like this mid-year. We don't have a proposal now that we can support or not support, but we await from the tax office and the county a proposal from them, and that we will consider this whenever we get it. If we get it in February, we'll consider it then. We don't have to wait until the next fiscal year to consider such a program. And that would be my recommendation to colleagues. I think that there's a very significant need here. We all know the need. We've been wanting to fund it, but we need the tax office and the county commission and the county management, all of them, to tell us what their plan is. Once they have that plan, I would recommend that we would be willing to consider that at any time during the next fiscal year and make funds available as necessary. And so I'm making that proposal to my colleagues, and I'm interested in your thoughts. This is not something we need to vote on, but it is something that we would need to make clear to our county colleagues. So I'm interested in your thoughts on that and would welcome any comments.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Freeman.
Thank you. I appreciate that as a way to move forward. I just have some concerns about deferring to the county, noting that there's some parts of this that we could actually nail down, which is why I was proposing similarly some way to set up some conversations with folks who actually are experiencing these hardships, whether virtually or socially distanced in person. I think it's important to make sure that we understand just what's happening, because in addition to the tax burden that people were facing pre-COVID, there's now an additional layer of COVID support that might be needed. And so I just want to make sure that we don't isolate. This is just the conversation we were having previously with Joint City County, because there's some parts of this that will need to come forward in a way that pushes towards the state and federal government to make sure that they understand. You've tied our hands on being able to apply fees to services that are offered in our city. And I mean, other than taxing our folks out of the city, we have very few options. And I just think that this is an opportunity that we could have a conversation with the state. And I would love to push in that direction in addition to what you're talking about with the county. And so I just want to make sure that that's clarified in a way that makes it less about our pre-COVID conversation and more about where we are right now and how we make things better going forward.
Thank you, Council Member. Any other comments?
Mr. Mayor, I've lost my video again, but I'm hoping you can hear me.
Yes, we can, Council Member.
Awesome. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think your proposal is sound. I think that's the direction we ought to head. I would have been prepared, even in this difficult budget year, to put money into a broader taxpayer assistance program during this budget cycle. I think a number of factors have conspired against our ability to field that kind of program right now using this particular budget process. Chief among them, the fact that the county is not prepared to move alongside us. I think for all the reasons that have been said by you, by the Mayor Pro Tem, and others, the county's participation is absolutely essential. Most of a homeowner's property tax bill is actually from the county's tax. So even our current longtime homeowner grant program, 60% of every dollar that we put into those grants to those homeowners goes to the county. We decided early on that was something we were willing to do to support those homeowners, but if we expand this citywide, that becomes untenable. And also, Mr. Mayor, as you and others have said, the tax assessor and tax collection function doesn't exist within city government, it's within county government. Their participation is essential in making this kind of program successful. I do appreciate the staff work that's gone into getting us where we are right now. I think early on, when this program first came to the city as a proposal, there were big questions about whether or not we had the legal ability to do a program like this. I'm glad to see that there is a consensus within the city and county attorney's office that this program can go forward consistent with the requirements of state law. And I am very eager to finding a way to do it. But I don't believe that making an allocation now in this budget document from the city side makes any sense given the absolute necessity for the county to come along with us. And so while I wish we were at that point, I desperately wish it, and had hoped that the joint city-county process would have been further along when the sort of twin crises of the malware attack and COVID-19 came along. I do think that taking the position that you have argued for, Mr. Mayor, that we are prepared if and when the county gets ready and is prepared to do their part of this program, that the city's ready to move forward. None of that should get in the way of the valuable and important work that Councilmember Freeman is advocating for this morning, I should say this afternoon, in terms of looking at what other needs exist in our community that also make home ownership difficult, and more to the point, maintaining a home that you already own more difficult. And I think that's where our legislative committee can really make a difference in terms of pushing our delegation to understand just how urgent and critical these needs are in our community. You know, just by way of example, and I know everybody on this call knows this, but in terms of COVID relief from the federal government, you know, there were billions and billions of dollars allocated by the federal government to support our country during this difficult time. 3 counties in North Carolina received somewhere on the order of $480 million in federal aid. The other 97 counties are splitting $300 million, of which only $150 million has been allocated by the General Assembly in the most recent state COVID relief bill. And so 97 counties are splitting $150 million. Durham County will receive somewhere on the order of $5.5 million of that allocation, of which the city of Durham will almost certainly receive $0. These all point to a huge funding disparity that's happening in North Carolina, and that we're not the only state that's happening in. That we absolutely positively have to keep pushing our state and federal delegations to understand that's not acceptable. As Councilmember Freeman rightly points out, the only way we have to support our residents is to tax them out of home ownership. That can't be the right answer. We've got to keep pushing at other levels, and I really appreciate Councilmember Freeman for raising that issue. But to the direct point, Mr. Mayor, that you raised, I'm definitely in support of the position that you've taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Caballero?
Thank you. I agree with the plan moving forward. I wish we were in a better place. I think it makes sense to take this up as soon as we see movement from the county. And I think that pushing our, both at the state and federal level are going to be crucial. And I wonder, we have a task force set up with different roundtables. I wonder that's supposed to be working on COVID relief. So plugging in some of that work to me also makes sense.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Mayor Pro Tem?
I think that's a great plan and would support it. Thanks.
You're muted. I don't know if you can see me, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, Councilmember. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, sir. I want to associate myself with your recommendation, Mr. Mayor, and your comments, but I want to add a little more octane to it, if I might. We just directed our staff to put in $10,000 or whatever the amount's going to be for grant program for homeowner assistance, because we have deemed that important, and the staff responds to our desires. And I would just, basic civics lesson, at the end of the day, the county commission has the power to order their staff tomorrow to bring them a tax assistance program. So I just want to be clear that residents know where the buck stops, just like what we did right now, the county commission can do as well. And I would call them to do that. I would also, just for historical purposes, remind my colleagues that the argument being made for not putting anything in our budget now because of the county's critical role is precisely the same argument I made not to pass the task force, the crime task force, because the county's participation was absolutely critical. And at that time, we thought it was a powerful message sending tool. I think we packaged it as an invitation in hopes that it would perhaps prod the county to move. Why don't we employ that same tactic now? And I think this is actually far more important and far more prescient an issue right now, given the way things are. I would totally support going ahead and indicating what our financial commitment to this program is, in hopes that it would prod the county, in hopes that it would send the proper message, in hopes that it would be an invitation for our colleagues down the street to move, just like we did with the crime task force, which to date has not been taken up and doesn't exist yet. But we still moved and placed the imprimatur of the city on that program. I support what you said, Mr. Mayor, but I support it with an actual, if at the very least, a symbolic gesture of us going ahead and putting it into our budget in hopes that it will encourage our colleagues to move. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry, other comments?
Just, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate all the other comments that council members and Mayor Pro Tem added. And I think Councilmember Reese highlighted a lot of the national context that I was referring to. But I do want to just note that the reason I'm saying like deferring to the county shouldn't be where we start. I think Councilmember Middleton is hitting on exactly my point and saying like we need to send the message that we're moving forward. And I think we should name a number and it should be indicated in our budget to make sure that folks know that we are here in the city trying to do what we can to make sure you can stay in your homes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other comments? Okay, I appreciate this discussion. Let me see if I can try to help us pull it to some sort of conclusion. I think that there is unanimity that we figure out some way to indicate our support for this program, and the fact that we are planning to fund it when our county colleagues are prepared. I think I can safely state that. I think we have two options that are in front of us. One is that we name a number that we would in the future be willing to put into this program should the county develop this program and come to us with a recommendation for it and what their commitment is. The second is that we wait until that we tell the county to come to us whenever they would like. They have to take the leadership. They have the tax office and the assessor. They are the ones that need to tell us what this program will look like and cost. And that we would ask them to come to us anytime, could be in this coming year, and that we would, at that time, be supportive of funding a program that they brought to us and that we would agree to. So those are the two possible ways to proceed, and interested in thoughts on that. Maybe I'll offer mine first. I think my problem with naming a number is I don't know what that number is. I think that the likelihood that, so we have in front of us, for example, Jim Sparrow put out a program that we got that was very well thought out. It had the city funding about $900,000 and the county somewhat more than that. It didn't include the administrative costs that we know will be substantial. And I think that before we say what a number is, we need to know what that number is. And I would be uncomfortable myself saying that we had a number. I would rather say, we're looking forward to hearing from you. We're looking forward to being supportive, and let us know, and we will not need to wait until the next budget year to consider it. We'll consider it whenever we get it from you. That would be that's where I'm leaning, but I'm happy to hear any other thoughts.
Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you can see me when I'm raising my hand.
Yes, Councilmember Freeman. Yeah, sometimes I can, sometimes I can't.
I know,
Yes,
I recognize that it's not intentional. I just wanted to say that I hear you on that. I think that the message we've already sent to the business community and naming $1 million, not knowing what the need would be, is similar. And I just want to make sure that our homeowners, our residents in the community know that we're recognizing that something needs to be done as well. And so just along those same lines, I think that if we named, $1 million to be held and until it's not as problematic in not knowing the number. So I just want to add that piece. But I just want to be clear, either way is fine. It's not a big difference, but I do think that the message we send is important.
Thank you. Okay, one other possibility in hearing that, is that we could say to our county colleagues, we would consider up to $1 million in expenditure after we receive your plan and your commitment.
That sounds phenomenal.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Is the memo that we received detailing costs, is that total costs for the theoretical program?
The one that they, the memo that we received yesterday?
Right.
It's very, honestly, it's quite confusing. They don't make a recommendation. The amount of money, the $750,000, and Reginald, you can correct me, is the low end of the administrative costs.
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. And then I would just add that it's not a recommendation because there's several policy decisions that will directly affect cost. And so that's the reason it's hard. I mean, even if you asked me for a number, which you did not, I couldn't provide you one because there are several decisions that have to be made to come up with a number or even a range. And that's the reason it's not a recommendation, it's just a white paper.
And then can I also add, just looking at the memo right here, that at the 50% application rate, it looks like the total cost is about $3 million plus administrative costs. So that's very different than the estimate that Mr. Sparrow made. There's a lot of work that needs to be done here. It's really clear to me that there's not a program. There's a lot of different estimates out there. So that's what we know, I think.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I feel like,
I'm sorry, Mayor Pro Tem, and then
yeah, I was just going to say, I feel like given, and that was my impression too, that it feels very up in the air what the cost would be. I feel like we could, I mean, if people feel that a formal commitment is necessary beyond what we've already stated here today in order to make the commitment that we will move forward on this program, that we could make that commitment without a number attached, that would be more reasonable given the fact that we don't really have any sense of what this would cost. But yeah, I mean, so I would be open to that. I feel like we've all made our intentions fairly clear on this call and that we can be held to the commitment to move a program forward at a future date. But if we wanted to take a vote to commit to that, I feel like that would be reasonable.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilmember Middleton?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm going to associate myself with Mayor Pro Tem's comments. I was going to say, I think you're concerned about naming a number are valid and reasonable. And I was going to actually recommend that we still issue some statement, either with the force of a resolution of statement of intent or something that carries the imprimatur of our board officially taking a stance in hopes that it would light a fire or perhaps prod our colleagues, since that is a threshold we've already crossed in doing so. So I would support, with or without a number, a formal statement of intent on the part of the council. So I'll defer to my colleagues on the specifics, but I think it should be formalized. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Caballero?
I agree. The number piece to me seems hard to get to. Just adding, it would be 1.2 million if we had ZEED, or not straight hats, because I thought it was 700,000 for administrative costs that the lowball number that was given. So I added it, that would be 1.2 based on Jim Sparrow's number that he provided. So I feel very reticent to put a dollar amount to this at this time. I do think that it would be helpful to have maybe that formal vote, so to kind of have the clear commitment to our residents, and then also to clearly state to our county commissioner colleagues where we stand on this.
Thank you.
Mayor,
I feel an emerging consensus. Maybe I could. Councilmember Reese, did you?
Yeah, I've lost video yet again. This is the life we live.
Yes, it is.
I have a suggestion about how to, I think, address some of the concerns if I can make it to my colleagues. What if we as a council direct you, Mr. Mayor, to prepare a letter under all of our signatures, over our signatures, explaining the council's position and encouraging the county commission to partner with us in this program. And if there is a consensus amongst us that adding a dollar amount is valuable, I've heard it both ways amongst my colleagues, and I'm frankly agnostic about whether or not it makes a difference. But I think we could say the city's prepared to commit in the neighborhood of $1 million of city funds to the grant administration of the program.
Thank you. So let me respond so far to what I've heard. I like the idea of the letter on behalf of the council. If you don't mind, I don't want to collect everybody's signatures these days. So if it would be all right with you, the letter would be on behalf of the behalf of the council's unanimous council. I would be writing to our county commission colleagues, copying the county manager, saying that we on the city council are prepared to entertain a proposal from the county with the support of the county tax office for tax relief for long-term low-income homeowners, which, and we would be prepared to entertain that, and we would be prepared to entertain that proposal at any time that it comes to us during this current tax year, this upcoming tax year. That we don't need to wait until the next tax year to consider this. We would be happy to consider the proposal when it comes to us. I don't think we have a consensus on naming a number, and I'm comfortable with that. I think that people have heard this discussion, but I think that if we made that statement clear, that we are ready to entertain it, and we welcome it. Not only are we ready to entertain it, we invite it, we welcome it. How does that sound to people as a way to go?
Can I add one thing, Mr. Mayor?
Sure, and then at Councilmember Middleton, I see you have a comment also.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry I can't raise my hand, everybody. It's bad.
No worries. Go ahead.
I think the other thing we have to keep in mind is that obviously making commitment to spend the money means we have to at least make an effort to figure out where it's going to come from. And I think that's one of the fact that we don't have the dedicated housing fund spending plan in front of us makes that more challenging. But I think we have to, amongst the six of us, make a commitment that if the county says, okay, we're ready, here's where we're going to come up with, say, $1.5 million that would include their grant plus administration portion, that we will have to open up the dedicated housing fund spending plan and make adjustments, make hard choices, because this is very much a preservation of home ownership. We have portions of the spending of the spending plan, the dedicated housing fund, that are devoted to that goal, and we're just going to have to move some money around to get enough money into that particular bucket to make it work. And those are hard choices. We just have to commit to making them. That's all I wanted to add. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. It's important. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Charlie. I agree 100% with all of the content that Councilor Reese just recommended. Only I think it should be on an official statement, an officially voted statement on the part of the council. I think this is beyond the letter writing threshold. I don't want it just on letterhead. I want to send a clear message with the full weight of this government and the city on it. I want the raised seal and the clerk's stamp on it that we acted, as opposed to just a letter. Letters, it's intent. Letter, you can go back on a letter. I want this codified. So
I'll accept a motion.
Absolutely. I move that we adopt Councilor Reese's language in the form of an official statement from the city council.
Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. I'm going to try to restate what.
Do we need to suspend the rules?
Thank you, we do. Can I have a motion that we suspend?
I move we suspend the rules.
Second.
Appreciate the parliamentary reminder. Madam Clerk, there's a motion that we suspend the rules and vote on this issue. And I see our Deputy Clerk, welcome. Could you please call the roll for the vote here?
Mayor Schul,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote yay.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. The ayes have it and the motion passes unanimously. Now let me try to see if I can state what there's a motion on the floor now from Councilmember Middleton, seconded by Councilmember Freeman, that that the council supports and wants me to communicate to the county commission, copying the manager, or maybe I should say, and the manager, that we invite and welcome a proposal of tax relief for long-term low-income homeowners from the county anytime that they are prepared to make such a proposal, and that we will, at that time, after the appropriate vetting, will be prepared to support such a proposal for long-term low-income homeowners.
Point of clarification.
And that doesn't need to happen we'll consider that any time in the upcoming fiscal year.
Point of clarification.
Yes, sir.
I just wanted to be clear on my motion. The means of conveyance was not you writing a letter on our behalf. It was an official statement of the council, effectuated by vote. I just wanted to be clear that was my motion.
Okay, then, so are you happy if I write the statement?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, man.
Okay.
Wouldn't have it
So
any
in
other
other
way.
words, the statement would then come from the council and not just from me. That's the point.
Or is it a resolution rather than a statement? Because I'm understanding like something with the full weight of the body is a resolution.
A resolution's okay. I'm not interested in a lot of be it resolves. But I think a statement from the council carries the same weight as a resolution.
Absolutely.
We've got a motion on the floor. Any more discussion? Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Mayor Schul,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Johnson,
Aye.
Councilmember Caballero,
Aye.
Councilmember Freeman,
Aye.
Councilmember Middleton,
I vote yay.
Councilmember Reese.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. The ayes have it. The motion passes unanimously. Reginald, I think we're going to let you go. We appreciate you.
Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much.
I'm glad that wasn't a UNC Cup.
Southern University.
That's good. I could have been the end of our friendship, Reginald.
Yeah, no.
I didn't want you to switch over.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate all of you.
I'm glad you know where he would switch to.
Wow. Okay. Well, everybody's bringing it today. Okay. Thank you so much. And let me just say, I see that Terry Porter Holmes and Karen Lotto have been on the call. Thank you all as well. We appreciate all of you all in community development. Let me now move to, I guess I'm presiding over this next piece as well, which is the Office of Economic and Workforce Development. And I see Andre Pettigrew is with us. Welcome, Andre. We're glad to see you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, members of the City Council. So I'd like to thank you again for allowing me to have this continuing conversation with you about the role of the Office of Economic Development and Workforce Development in response and support of our small businesses and residents relative to COVID. Again, we seek your advice. Your input and insights are very important to us in designing these programs. And again, we'd like to be responsive to our community, given your insights. You know, I wanted to maybe comment that the OEWD staff is in fact working virtually now in telecommuting since the stay-at-home order. And that's working well from our standpoint because many of our businesses are working in a remote fashion. Also want to acknowledge that the Workforce Development Center, the Career Center, is in fact working virtually and closed. However, we have put together a plan that we're working with city and state officials to begin opening that up as a safe environment with all the appropriate social distancing and other tools, PPE, required. And we'll hear more about this. Again, and today, what we'll be talking about is more specifics about our economic response. That's more specific to how we're working with small businesses in response to this, as well as workforce development. The unexpected spike in unemployment has presented some major challenges, and again, we're stepping up to those challenges. In the budget highlights, we've identified some projects that we're doing, and I believe we need to consider doing specific to COVID relief and response to what we're seeing out there for our businesses. Next slide. So since the COVID program or the stay-at-home orders were put in place, we have had to be quick at assessing and adapting our program. We have put all the programs and resources that are currently in this fiscal year budget as we close out towards COVID relief. Every one of the projects and programs have quickly pivoted into supporting this work. And I'm going to highlight some of them. But the first bullet point here is really around the Small Business Recovery Loan Program that I spoke to you about last week in the work session. Again, we're committed to coming back to you with a full program at the next work session on June 4th. We are on track to do that. We have taken into account many of the comments that you've made, but also some of the inputs that we're hearing also in the community. I like where we are, and again, you know, how that model was built, how it's delivered, and the types of funds provided are all under consideration. And again, we will present that to you, and so we should spend a more in-depth conversation about that on June 4th. The second point is really around the importance of information and partnership during a crisis. This pandemic has forced the city and our partners to work in a way that we had never really anticipated. None of us can do this and be responsive to our community alone. And so we were a part of putting together the Small Business Advisory Council Coalition. It's made up of many of the organizations that you are familiar with, DDI, the Greater Durham Chamber, the Small Business Development Center, the Greater Durham Black Chamber, and a number of other sort of service providers. We've been able to consistently add to this coalition a number of the banks. And I think that's significant because during this first phase, much of the activity surrounded the CARES Act, including the Payroll Protection Program and the Emergency Disaster Loan Program. So we were able to have banks, financial institutions like Horizon Bank, Fifth Third Bank, Truist, as well as CDFIs like Carolina Small Business Fund and Self-Help consistently be a part of this program. And again, the information sharing and coordination has allowed us to sort of direct our resources and services in a much more appropriate fashion. And again, we have been a resource in terms of answering questions specific to some of the workforce development things and helping individual firms get access to resources. And again, this is a very important resource. This effort has been supported by the DurhamBusiness360.com website. You know, the digital presence has been critical. We had been working on a website. We weren't going to release it until next quarter, but we accelerated that effort. Brian Smith on my staff has done an outstanding job of putting together a portal that is hosting, I believe, some of the most comprehensive information about COVID, not just North Carolina, but even beyond, just not our programs, but also programs that involve the state and local. And it's been relied upon. You know, in the first 3 weeks of COVID, we actually posted over 50 webinars, seminars that essentially were made available to our residents and small businesses in order to get information. And again, I don't want to underestimate the value of knowing how these programs work and how they can be effective. Next slide. Next slide. Am I okay? Thank you. Again, so one of the other lessons around this pandemic and COVID is the importance of OEWD making sure that its programs are delivered much more directly and closely to our small businesses and residents. Again, we are known for the program management of some of our incentive contracts, even our federal contracts are things that we do. We're primarily a program management organization. But what I want to now talk to you about is how we have pivoted programs to directly impact companies. You know, the Office of Economic Development, we've had a number of programs. You know, under Shared Economic Prosperity, we have built, we've developed the Built to Last roadmap that we've been utilizing as a part of our program. And again, we've gone from developing a program to implementing projects that touch businesses here. And I've asked Grace to talk a little bit about a pivot that I think is really important, you know, for our work that Built to Last is leading right now. And I'll talk about the other two. Grace?
Good afternoon, Mayor Schul, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, other members of council, and the administration. Thank you, Andre. I want to discuss briefly two key targeted populations that we are working with as part of the Built to Last team. We are working with the RDU Airport and the Small Business Program for RDU. RDU has about 28 small businesses that have been awarded contracts, and out of the 28, 14 are actually Durham-based. And so the amount of contracts that the businesses have received are about $7.9 million. And those Durham-based businesses have been awarded about $5.6 million. So we are targeting and working with the businesses to assess the needs of both the owner of the business and their employees. The second group of small business support that we're giving is working with some of the businesses that have been impacted by the closing of Northgate. We are working through Durham Tech Small Business and also the North Carolina Small Business and Technology Center. We had compiled some questions that will enable us to gather some data from those businesses so we can target the specific needs of those businesses. The director of Durham Tech Small Business and North Carolina Small Business and Technology Development Center are compiling, they had actually compiled a survey a couple of weeks ago, and we contributed to some of those critical questions. The survey will conclude next week, and given the results and outcomes of those surveys, we as the Built to Last small business team will target the type of support so that it will be more impactful.
And I'd like to maybe add in regards to this particular set of projects, again, the demand and the need is great, and it's impossible for us to be everywhere. And so this coordination with our partners and identifying opportunities that aren't being served become important. We know that the hospitality industry and restaurants in the downtown area have been greatly impacted. But we're fortunate enough to have DDI and the Chamber as partners who are developing programs and responses that are there. The airport is not a usual target for the city of Durham. And Northgate is just an unfortunate set of circumstances where people businesses who were already impacted and expecting to come back to their place of business, again, will not be able to. And so we're building programs around both of these challenges that no one really anticipated. But again, our office is looking to provide the technical assistance and coordination and the resource connections to businesses in these communities. So if there are any questions, I'll take it. I wasn't sure, Mayor, you look like you wanted to ask a question.
Thank you very much. I was thinking actually this might be a good time. Do you want to finish just this slide, Andre, and then we'll have questions for you and for Grace?
Okay.
Yeah, why don't you just finish this slide and then we'll take it from there.
So pivoting is really all about trying to lean into the need as well as sort of leveraging the resources that you have. Momentum 360, and for that matter, the SEEDS African American Legacy Programs are programs that we have developed this year. Momentum 360 is a new model for us where we actually have done cohort training, putting groups of entrepreneurs together, not necessarily from the same industry, a range of industry, and taking them through a sort of a 6 to 8 week boot camp. And we did this one in the late fall towards the end of December. Very successful. It was focused on women entrepreneurs. What we learned in this process is the value of cohort training and the value of networking. Small businesses in general are challenged around their own isolation and the inability to come together. No one is going to be successful responding to COVID as an individual or in isolation. It absolutely requires a level of networking and connection as a part of this. So we've extended the work that we're doing with this model to provide, again, additional information and technical assistance to the cohort group. They have gelled together. They're doing peer-to-peer learning and helping in this regard. We actually have a whole program of work that we will be implementing now virtually. Before we were going to do it on the ground. And the SEEDS program, we actually, have been working on the legacy project, but we transformed that to focus in on how we work with the 24 African-American businesses, all who have been in business more than 10 years, to be a resource for them. Again, a four unit program of training and counseling and peer learning. And again, we were successful in getting businesses in this cohort monies for PPP and some of the other small business programs. And again, it's just a model in terms of what we're doing. The final thing I wanted to just touch on the equitable engagement and outreach, because that's important. Again, NIS is leading us on this effort, and we have reached out to and have had conversations with some of the embedded, community-rooted organizations as a part of NIS, particularly around our challenge within the Hispanic community. Our program is not robust enough. We will be putting up our Hispanic or Spanish website that parallels the Durham Business 360 website. And we're going to essentially work with the Hispanic representative of the community-rooted organizations to help us make sure that it's responsive to the needs. And we'll resource that Spanish-speaking website to make sure that it's timely. The final thing on this slide, Mayor, that I also want to say is that COVID has demonstrated to me and should to all of us the importance of on-the-ground partners, people who can deliver the service beyond the reach of the city, because they have relationships and they can be there in a more consistent and constant basis. I think is a model that I want to sort of move forward in going forward. And so we entered into an agreement with the Greater Durham Black Chamber to develop and deliver some training programs targeted at small businesses, all businesses. They developed 8 webinars that they are delivering for us for this month, and they will do 8 in June. It's everything from how to apply for resources under the CARES Act, but it's also one that was specifically targeted for our sole proprietorships and independent contractors around how they too could access resources, particularly unemployment insurance resources that weren't, that for the first time they are available in doing this. I think this is an important partnership. I'm seeking to do a similar partnership with the Hispanic community. And again, within the minority contractors community, in order to have that capacity on the ground more directly related to the work that we want to do. So I'll end with that, Mayor, and take some questions at this juncture.
Andre, let me I kind of changed my mind. I think maybe let's go through the whole presentation and do the questions. Is that okay?
That's fine.
I was thinking that's what we've done today, and I think let's just stick with that. And then we'll have questions for you and Grace.
Actually, I'm going to ask Adria Graham-Scott to join the conversation now.
Okay, great.
I think you all know that Adria is the manager of our workforce development program. She works with our contractors as well as the state. I would like Adria to take us through the next 2 slides, and we can continue from there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Andre, and good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Johnson, council members, and other members of the administration. I apologize, I do not have visual. I too am experiencing some challenges, and so this is just a protection from getting bounced out of my system. But it's very good to see everyone else's faces. With regard to our workforce response, everything that we are doing within our workforce department has just made a pivot, and we have been able to adjust a number of our program offerings as well as augment a number of our services in a virtual sense. And while that has been really a big benefit in terms of maintaining our client connectivity and continuing with providing services, one of the things that's missing is with our Career Center on Briggs Avenue, we have the section in the front, our lobby area. It provides computer access. And so this is I think a critical component that's missing from our community at this time, since there's not access to many other public domains where individuals can access computer services. That's our CRC, and it's a part of our Career Center. So that's one of the main reasons that we're pushing to reopen our Career Center so that we can provide access to that area for individuals who need to have that computer access. In addition, as you all well know, this was formerly the unemployment office, in air quotes, but of course now all unemployment services are being offered online. However, we know and anticipate that there are people who have questions and that have concerns, and frankly, in a situation like this with so much turmoil, we recognize that there is also a value to be able to come and ask the question, even if we can't necessarily resolve their issues, even if it's a referral situation. We recognize that there is great value in having that face-to-face engagement with our members of the community. So with that in mind, we're looking to reopen our Career Center, hopefully to staff by the end of this month, by the end of June, and then open to public that first week of July. We've put forth a reopening plan that's been vetted by your reopening task force. And in fact, we'll be meeting tomorrow with the risk management team to do a site visit and a walkthrough to look at the specifics of what we are proposing at both our Career Center site as well as our ReCity site, which offers our youth programs. So we'll have more, more specific information about timing, which we're hoping to do after we get feedback from the team if they have any further recommendations that we'll need to address. As I said, we're looking at all of our programs, and we have been providing continuous virtual services, but with the state and the federal approval, they've actually allowed us to start doing virtual enrollment. There have been a couple of logistics sort of hang-ups, and one of which is how do we provide our supportive services? And so we're in the process of resolving that now, but we're on deck and ready to start. Our contractors who actually administer those services, they're already ready to go. We have all the necessary technology, and we have our career counselors are prepared and ready to start providing virtual, not just the services, but actual enrollment. And what that means is that now we can start being proactive and bringing in new individuals to help provide services to them. So we're looking forward to being able to jumpstart that by next week. Our virtual job fairs is another means of trying to reach out beyond the bounds of our normal facility. In the past, we've had job fairs right there at our Career Center. This gives us the ability to provide virtually a job fair scenario where a number of employees can come, employers as well, and they can engage with potential employees. As you might imagine, there are still a number of employers that are hiring. In fact, in a recent study conducted by, I think, Zip Recruiters, but it was quite telling in that employees are now seeking opportunities that don't have face-to-face engagement. And so, as you might imagine, with the high level of unemployment in our hospitality and tourism areas, with our food services, a number of those individuals will not be reabsorbed back into the workforce, and they're looking for other employment opportunities. Well, most of those are pivoting towards non-face-to-face or non-public engagement positions. And so now the demand for those positions has skyrocketed. When you look at the potential of maybe data processing or maybe looking at contact tracing, if that is something that we move forward on. But right now we have a number of employers that are already in the hiring phase, and we are connecting those employees with those employers through our NC Work system. But the job fair, that virtual job fair, will provide a much bigger platform for that. So we are involved with a task force now to determine the best provider for that. Our WARN notices, we've had about 15, but as Andre always indicates, at this point, we are pretty sure that that's an undercount. A number of the employers have not actually submitted WARN notices in an effort to try to maintain their employee base. So they will put them on a temporary leave or temporary furlough to avoid having to go through the actual WARN process. But with those those employers that have had to release their employees, we've developed a virtual program where we have our rapid response. We talk to the employees about what next steps are, the services that we offer. We connect them with unemployment, and we provide a bridge for them so that they have support, the necessary support to continue moving forward and to obtain employment. We now already have that in a virtual component, and we also have a Spanish-speaking version of that as well. So both of those are currently already available. And much appreciation to staff on that. They moved forward and we're able to get that up and running. If we can move to the next slide. As you know, in response to COVID-19, we've had, as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, the corrections facilities have been a hotspot, and an unfortunate hotspot for the transmission of this virus. And one of the responses has been to provide early release for some of the participants who might be able to come out on an early release basis. It's limited and it was very structured. However, there have been about a dozen of these inmates that have been released back out into the population in early release. But we also have our regular release, population that's coming back. And we've been working with the Reentry Council as well as community-based partners in an effort to make sure that we're addressing the issues that are arising around our reentry population. Courtney McCullum, who is our specialist in that area, as you know, made an interesting point when she was reviewing this program, that of the people who are coming back, the challenges that they're facing, one is that they only have correctional IDs. And so one of the big challenges is access to other identification or Social Security. As you know, with DMV and the Social Security office, either closed or on restricted hours, it actually presents quite a challenge and a barrier in terms of getting those necessary identification documentation so that they can start the employment process. And of course, there's a whole spectrum of needs that are pressed upon them when they are released, especially when they're released early. So there are home issues, there are food security issues, support services. And so we've had a partnership with our community-based organizations, and the Department of Health and Human Services has worked together to help to address that and create a more comprehensive program. For us, we were already on the road to creating a comprehensive justice-involved program. Our Training to Work program grant ended on the 31st of March. And, there was already in the works to have that program continued and merged into so that we have a larger comprehensive approach that went from in the facility to actually outside once you've actually exited. And that included, of course, the Welcome Home program. So we are still moving forward with that, but within the context of helping both those who are on that normal track of release as well as those who have been early released. For our DYIP program, we were able to make a very important pivot. We put a team together, staff has come together to actually create a curriculum that has taken our usual face-to-face program. And as you know, it's a face-to-face, place-based program, a 6-week program. What we've done is taken that pivot. We reached out to some national programs and looked at how can we take that program and make that change so that we can provide some type of service to our youth and have a paid experience for them. And with the leadership under, Kelly Slade and Kiana Brown, they've put together a curriculum in partnership with Durham Tech, as well as with America Saves, so that we have now structured a program ready to go. We have the curriculum prepared and ready to roll. We're working with Durham Tech to provide the technical architecture so that the participants would engage in the program and they would be tracked and monitored so that it would show that they've completed the various tasks and program milestones, so that, at the end of the term, they would be able to receive compensation and we would have a level of accountability for their participation. We're excited about the prospect. Durham Tech has been a great partner. They've helped us to put together that virtual program. They offered already a human resource development program that they've delivered in person and had not put together a virtual component. But working with our program at OEWD, they've worked together and created a new virtual platform that we will be able to launch with this DYIP program that we are proposing. I think one of the real assets of this is now that we have this, and I'm recognizing that post-COVID life is going to be very different. We all recognize this is a watershed moment. And so consequently, what we're looking to do is to take this and use it as a model to continually provide services throughout the year for our youth. We always work closely with DPS and with our other youth providers. And so with a virtual program, it provides us with that flexibility to move it forward. Now that we have a curriculum that's a canned curriculum, of course, it's open to modification, but we do have the genesis of a program that we can run virtually. And so I think that it's an important asset for the city to have in its coffers. With our work-based learning component, it's in the advent of COVID-19, we've somewhat pivoted, but what we've done is we've taken that work-based learning concept and sort of changed it to provide more assistance, a more targeted assistance to our employers so that it would provide our employees with an opportunity to upskill and to get and obtain training. We have our incumbent worker program, which allows employees that are currently employed to become upskilled and to increase their ability for different types of employment within the company. And in many instances, one company that we're working with currently, they're providing a cohort of individuals that would upskill together as a cohort, and that would then open up a segment of entry-level positions so that it actually does create a pipeline, an entry pipeline for employment. So we're excited about that, and we're using that incumbent worker program in conjunction with our on-the-job training, as well as with apprenticeships. In this age, we're being creative, and I'm looking at ways to kind of daisy chain these programs together so that it maximizes the benefit to both the employer and the employee, and incentivizes the process of having our employees move up and through. As I mentioned earlier, we have a lot of employees who will not be reabsorbed back into their prior employment. And so it's key for them to be able to have access to the training that's necessary. And a lot of that is going to be on the job training. It will be not in the typical classroom setting. However, Durham Tech, as well as some of our other training providers, will be essential partners in order to help make that pivot. But they will be able to take advantage of those on-the-job training opportunities as well as the apprenticeship opportunities. So we're moving that forward as well. And that sums it up for what Workforce is doing.
Thanks, Adria. I just wanted to make the comment, and just keep on that slide. No, you can go back to the slide. That the summer internship program is really a pilot program. We think that we'll start this pilot. It will inform how we can again scale it for our youth, but also throughout the year. So again, I can talk a little bit more about it on the budget highlights. So again, what you have listed here are some highlighted programs that we want to consider. First of all, thank you for your support on the Small Business Fund program that we're going to develop. And again, I just wanted to remind everyone that the model actually requires a third-party administrator to originate, service the loans, and most importantly, provide the technical assistance. And again, we will have that information budgetarily to you on the 4th. The Transitional Jobs and Welcome Home program, again, has been funded. We work very closely with BMS and the I-Team to put together a comprehensive program. Again, the city is in fact delivering these services along with training to work directly as opposed through a federal contract. DYIP, again, you've heard about it, but the only other thing I will say about this is that that negative number, by the way, is what was in our budget from last year, and it's been removed from our budget because we're not doing the physical program and expanding it. So we will need some investment in order to do the summer internship pilot going forward. The second thing I'll say about the summer youth pilot is that most cities have discontinued their physical summer programs. But we think some smarter cities like Durham, Philadelphia, Denver, and Baltimore are communities that know the importance of keeping their youth connected to their economies. And they're utilizing a virtual internship paid program. And again, I just think this is a project that we can deliver. I too think it's important that our youth continue to be maintained in our economy in spite of the fact that we can't deliver this service in a physical way. The next one here is around neighborhood revitalization. I think you recall that in part of the design of the proposed fund, we made a connection to neighborhoods in opportunity zones. Again, neighborhoods, businesses are being impacted, individual residents are being impacted, but neighborhoods are also being disproportionately impacted. And I'm anticipating above and beyond the revitalization grants that we have, that there will be needs to continue to provide infrastructure and support for neighborhoods, again, the targeted neighborhoods as a result of COVID. Again, it is so hard to come up with a plug number, a budget number. We're working on some concepts and programs that we expect to roll out, but we think this is important to connect the recovery post-COVID with our neighborhoods in targeted programs where we know they're low-income people. And again, Adria already explained the Career Next Gen Center opening. We can go to the next slide. This is the resource allocation table. It actually reflects a continuing base budget, almost flat. One of the biggest operating drivers in our operating budget is, of course, the management of some of the business incentive contracts that we have booked in prior years, and those things are coming due during this period. Next slide. In this slide, what I want to reference is really down at the revenue area and specifically at the employment and training line item. Again, we have typically received between 103 to 107, excuse me, 1.3 to 1.7 million dollars under our federal Department of Labor WIOA programs. Again, it's always late in terms of getting what that amount was. What we did was project essentially a flat budget, and this was done before COVID. We know that we're going to need additional significant resources. The feds are essentially evaluating the resources that they have. And it's my understanding in the upcoming bill that I think went through the House, there are dollars specific to employment and training and workforce development. So again, that number is going to change, but it's the number that actually drives all the work that we're doing. So let me end here, Mayor and Council, and maybe take questions.
Thank you very much, Andre. Thank you, Adria, and thank you, Grace. We very much appreciate you all being here and for that excellent report. I'll just make a couple of comments. I really was great to hear about the businesses at the airport. I was not aware of that, those Durham-based businesses. And I'm assuming a good number of those were minority businesses as well. And that's my first question, Grace.
That's correct.
That's
We're
great.
compiling all of that data, yes.
Thank you. And also about the work with the Northgate businesses. I think we've all been really worried about that, and I'm glad that you all are in touch. and appreciate you all doing that survey and working with them. I'm also really glad that we're working to reopen the Career Center, and appreciate, Adrian, what you said about that being a place where, one of the few places where there's computer access for this kind of thing. I know how important that is. I mean, it's more important than ever now, and it's just an irony that we are, it's so difficult to reopen. But I appreciate you all pushing forward, as well as we're all so at a time when we need so many of our resources, like the youth internship program. Our inability to do that in person is hard on our community, and I want to thank you for doing what you can to try to make that virtual. And the Durham, to my colleagues, anyone else is listening, if you have not looked at Durham Business 360, you really should. It's really become, it really is an excellent website. It lists COVID-related resources, but it's really much more than that. It's a small business resource, community-wide, and it's just full of really good stuff. It's extremely well done. It's very easy to navigate. Andre, I want to congratulate the department, and I believe you mentioned Brian Smith particularly, it's a really great resource. And I noticed that there's a seminar today, actually, a webinar today from the Black Chamber. It's a list of various webinars. It lists other things that are happening, like our small business forum that we're having tomorrow at the Renewal and Recovery Task Force. So it's just I think a wealth of information, and I really think that's great. And I hope we can figure out ways to really publicize that. And I'll ask my council colleagues. Many of you all have a really great social media presence, and you all will take a look at Durham Business 360. And if you haven't pushed it out, please do. I think it's really great. And then I appreciate the concern expressed about our returning residents, and I have written recently. I've been in correspondence with Deputy Secretary Tim Moose of the Department of Public Safety to try to get more information from our state prison system when folks come home. We have 60 people coming home every month. We know that many of them are coming home from places where there are COVID infections. And I think we're all deeply concerned about that, and we want all those people connected, as you said, to our local reentry council. That's not happening in advance. It's a big challenge, I understand, but it's also a huge problem for our community. It's been a huge problem, but in the time of COVID-19, it's even more important that these people be connected. So I just wanted everybody at the meeting today, and especially my colleagues, to know that that's something I've really been working hard on, along with our members of our local reentry council and others. One thing you did not mention was or at least I may have missed it, was the integration of the Welcome Home program. Do you want to talk about that at all?
Yeah, so again, I'm going to let Adria to give more details, but the partnership that we made with Budget and the I-Team really, again, a lot of staff work, talked about really the importance of sort of a comprehensive approach to our Justice Involved program. And just as you mentioned, the ability to connect with our residents prior to coming out of the correctional facilities is critical. We learned that in our project Training to Work on the federal grant. The Welcome Home piece, the work that the I-Team has done over the last 2 years, essentially provides a natural entryway for the broad range of workforce development services that we have. And again, the Transitional Jobs Program, which was a very effective pilot, just to remind you, this is where city agencies actually took on justice-involved individuals who were recruited through the Welcome Home and other programs with us, and it was highly successful. Again, we've expanded that program. Again, the departments are going to be looking towards that, and we actually are wanting to move it out to the private sector. Nonetheless, there's some COVID challenges, because we didn't design it with that in mind. But again, I think it still is valid in terms of us working and supporting all of our residents, regardless of where they're at in lives, and particularly our most vulnerable. And so this alignment and coordination, I think, fits very well with the work that we want to do in Justice Involved, and it will complement the work that we're going to have to do overall in workforce development.
Thank you very much. I'm looking at the clock, and I want to just talk to the manager for a minute. Mr. Manager, I believe 4 hours is our limit. Is that right?
Mr. Mayor, I checked with Bertha, and from what we know right now, we do have the ability to extend that time. We thought we had a hard stop at 2, and it does appear that we can continue on, and she'll continue to monitor that.
Okay. Well,
unless you want us to work toward a hard stop at 2.
I would like us to go ahead and move with dispatch.
Thank you.
That
will be your decision.
Yeah, no, I'd like us to move with dispatch. And I'll next ask for questions. And council members, of course, moving with dispatch means we also have to move with dispatch. But I'll now call on my council colleagues for questions and comments. Councilmember Freeman, and then Councilmember Middleton. And Councilmember Reese, if you have anything to say, you'll let us know.
Thank you. I appreciate the presentation, and I know that there's someone else that's in the background of this work, and I'm blanking on her name, but I know Grace and Idra, and it's one of I can't call the person's name, but I really Selma, your team. Zelda
White. Mm-hmm.
Zelda White. I really appreciate the work that your team has done. Over the last 3 years, I've been on the Workforce and Economic Development Board or Workforce Board, and trying to understand this whole mishmash of departments and pieces and grants and everything. You did a really good job of explaining it at the council budget retreat, and I just wanted to touch back on just a little bit of the kind of state level issues that I want to make sure is at the forefront for the council in these budget conversations, recognizing that North Carolina is the lowest paying unemployment insurance, compensation provider in the country. I think we're at 51, not even 50, 51. And so just noting that people on average are getting the $277 plus the additional 600 payments that are coming in, and that's going away very soon. And so yes, I recognize that we have budget constraints, and I'm concerned that if we're not allotting anything or addressing anything around how that's going to have impact on people in our community. As we talk about children without food, there's a reason they don't have food. And it usually is related to the people in their household who provide the food. And so just making sure that that's at the forefront of this conversation as well. I'm not sure how we address it, but I do note that I didn't see anything in the presentation that looked like we were going to address it. And then you mentioned on the ground partners. And I know we had conversations about the Greater Durham Business Chamber and some of our budget retreat conversations. And I expressed a whole lot of hesitation around working with them. And I just want to make sure that's fine in the interim, but I really would like a more comprehensive plan around how to get folks on the ground involved. And the 8 sessions is a great start. I would like to make sure that they're in English and in Spanish. I know that we have a huge Latino population of business owners, and they can use the support now, not next year, not down the line. And around the reopening the Career Center, I'm not sure where the holdup sits, if that's city, county, or if it's state. But I think it's important to make sure that that is open, as folks who are unable to submit their claims for unemployment are spending 3 and 6 and 8 hours on a phone trying to submit it and getting dropped. And it's just inhumane. And there just needs to be something that addresses it, just to make sure we address that. And I really wanted to thank Grace and Adra for presenting on the work that they've been doing. I have to apologize to council. I have not been giving good updates around a lot of the things that they're talking about. And I can tell you that there's a lot more than what they presented today. And I would hope that at some point we could bring forward some of the other items that you guys have been working on. And I mean, I think that I'm not sure if people understand as a whole how much restructuring has happened in workforce and economic development under Andre's leadership. And I really appreciate the efforts that have been put forward to try and get us to a position to work within this arcane system that's been set up by the state. I have not held back on any of my complaints regarding the way it's set up. And I know that our grant structure sucks. Our funding situation is slighted. And we have all of this happening all at once, and then COVID as well. And so just know pre-COVID, it was an issue. And I know in COVID, it's an issue. And again, post-COVID, it's going to be an issue. But how we respond is going to matter. And whatever we can do, I look to you guys as the experts in the Office of Workforce and Economic Development to provide those types of innovative solutions that will address what we can do. And so I just hope that you guys are not stopping where you are. And as I pushed yesterday, I think it was with Parks and Rec, this is the department I'm looking at like the most to say we need more. So I thank you.
Thank you, council member.
Mr. Mayor, if I may respond.
Yes, you may.
Thank you for your comments, Councilwoman Freeman. I just wanted to make a clarification that unfortunately we are not in the unemployment office, and that is a critical distinction that has to be made, especially to our public, because the state has made a decision to move all unemployment services into an online format. And I recognize and appreciate the frustration that people are experiencing, but we don't have any resources at the Career Center to help alleviate that. They are going to have to be referred to that online venue in order for them to resolve many of the issues, especially around claimant issues and payment issues. I do recognize the benefit of just being able to have a person to talk with, and that was one of the things that I feel is really of critical importance to us getting the center open again. But I do want to make that clarification that we cannot resolve unemployment claim program, claim issues or payment issues.
Thank you, Ms. Scott. I appreciate you making sure to clarify for me. If I implied that it was the office I was talking about, I was specifically talking about the computers that are made available. That was all. And it wasn't that I thought that staff was available. I do want to make sure that the public is very clear that that's not what happens at that office any longer. And so it's just important. The libraries are, the main library downtown is closed. And the closest resource for many people in my neighborhood is Stanford Warren with like 5 computers. I just want to be clear, like we're completely under-resourced and probably one of the hardest hit areas. No library, no, Employment Security Commission office with access to computers, even just if it's from 12 to 1 for an hour a day, like there's just nothing here. And I mean, I'm experiencing this from a place of trauma, in that I went through this in 2008 with the recession, the Great Recession, and I knew then what it felt like to try and access services, being laid off and giving up on looking for jobs and trying to apply for the unemployment service. Like, I just don't want to see the same thing happen and folks fall behind in ways in which that we can prevent. So thank you for the clarity.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, council member. Other questions or comments? Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Andre, good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here and pushing through like Braveheart today. Appreciate it. Listen, I have to move with dispatch. I never thought as a black boy from the inner city, I'd ever grow up to hear the words, hurry up and spend this $500 million. So this is a great land we live in, man. Won't he do it? Real quick, RDU in Northgate. I wanted to ask about Northgate. When Northgate was sold and the developer was making the rounds and meeting with council members, I met with a representative from the developer, and they made representations that they would be committed, and I'm going to be very clear how I say that they would be committed to providing aid and assistance in relocating merchants that were there to their. We didn't talk. I want to be very clear. They didn't make a number. They didn't commit to any specific numbers or anything like that. But they did, in principle, say that they would be committed to helping and providing aid with displaced business owners in Northgate. I want to ask, or at least lean in and make sure that as you do your work and your staff does its work, that you follow up with the developer and probe them on what they can do. I understand they have some portfolio holdings of other properties around the triangle and around our city that may be, part of the efforts to relocate some of these business owners. So I wanted you to speak to that, or at least be alerted to that. And secondly, and then I'm done. Anecdotally, some members of the community have reported to me that there were efforts made to relocate some of the staff at Northgate. Not very many people, but a few folk, in that white workers at Northgate were found other assignments and jobs, and that there were some black employees who were not reassigned. Again, this is anecdotal. This is what community members brought to me. I want to know, do you know anything about that? Do you have any information on that? Those are my two areas. I'll let you respond, and then I'm done.
So first of all, I don't have any information on the workforce placement issue that you spoke to. Again, part of what we're really doing is getting our team on the ground. We've engaged in a sort of a webinar, a group of businesses, I think it was around 25, and the broader survey is actually to try to get very specifically to the needs of the businesses. We've come in coordination with the Small Business Development Center. They were in touch with the developer, and the developer participated in that meeting. But with your coaching, we will engage the developer directly to assess what resources and how they can be used in alignment with the needs of the businesses. We can be very specific based on what you just told me, as opposed to general. So again, the survey, as Grace said, was going to be completed, next week. Would love to, update, council on how that has gone and where we have defined our role, again, in alignment and coordination. 70 businesses affected. We must have a strategy to support them to efficiently find their next best place, and a set of resources that enable them to continue to stay and work in Durham. And that's the goal of the program that we're doing in partnership with other agencies.
Thank you, Andre. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, council member. Any other questions or comments for Andre?
Yeah, I do, Mr. Mayor.
Councilmember Reese.
Andre, I just want to say that our thoughts and prayers are with you, and it's amazing that you're with us today, but we really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilman.
Can you tell me a little bit about the current status of your ongoing work on the small business loan program. I know we're going to hear details a week from
Yeah.
today. It's been a week since we talked last, and I just wanted to get an update.
Again, council provided some very helpful and useful feedback around the urgency of completing a program for your review and approval on the 4th. Again, there were specific comments about the form of the fund. We're evaluating that. There were comments about, who is this fund for? Would it in fact reach sole proprietorships, freelance or independent contractors? And again, they are a part of the model. We expect to be able to more explicitly talk about that and provide that. And again, refinement around terms and conditions. I think you had a comment around securitization of loans, how that might work. All of those things are being evaluated. And I think one of the bigger things is really the service delivery model, how we roll this thing out in a very expeditious way, wanting to rely on experience, infrastructure, and capability in order to roll the program out rapidly. So those are the sort of pillars that we have already begun to modify and adjust. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Any further progress on finding a community partner to help us to administer the program?
I've reached out to a number of them, and again, we are much further along than we were when I met with you on Thursday. Building in some of the comments that you have, it's imminent. But again, you can understand why it's premature to announce anything today. But you will have that full program with a delivery model and delivery mechanism going forward.
All right. Thank you, Andre. And thanks again for all your work. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Andre, thank you so much. Thanks to you and your team for being here. Grace and Adria, and I think there are others from your team on this call as well. And we're very grateful to you. Thank you so much. And Andre, we're glad to have you with us today.
I'm happy to be here. Thank you for the opportunity, and I appreciate all the prayers and blessings offered my family's way.
Our thoughts are with you. Our prayers are with you. And we're thinking about you all the time.
All right, great. Thanks.
Thank you. All right. We're now to the next part of our agenda, and I'm going to hand the chair back to Madam Mayor Pro Tem for our discussion of engagement.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm just going to turn it right over to our staff who will be presenting this. I'm not sure who that is. Oh, it's Robin. Hi, Robin. Turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. I'm Robin Baker with the Budget Department, and today I'll be presenting an overview of the City of Durham engagement activities. Next slide, please. And so we are going to start with an overview of some mandatory and urgent engagement activities, and also talk about some of the non-mandatory, non-urgent engagement activities that are programmed for this upcoming fiscal year. And then we're going to discuss some of the cross-departmental coordination that's been occurring to prioritize and deploy resources in our post-COVID era. And lastly, we'll have a discussion and solicit feedback from council on some recommendations for community engagement post-COVID-19. Next one. And so this is just kind of a high-level overview of some of the current engagement activities that are occurring related to urgent and mandatory items such as the census, as well as stimulus check assistance and tax assistance. And so there are a number of departments that are engaging currently with focused primarily on departments that have the most outward facing and some of the biggest initiatives that you all have covered, such as the comp plan, as well as the transit plan. And so for the purpose of this presentation, urgent refers to anything from now until August And so there are a number of urgent and mandatory items that the city is currently engaging the community with. And then we have a number of items that are programmed for the upcoming fiscal year, such as the comp plan, the DPR master plan, as well as the strategic plan refresh. Next slide, please. And so currently, a number of our departments are utilizing CDC recommendations to practice in-person and a hybrid method of online and in-person engagement. Our NIS department, as well as budget, police, and other departments have been assisting residents in identifying needs in the community and prioritizing those. Another one of the urgent and mandatory items are related to youth services and ensuring that the census is completed, as well as language accessibility related to a number of our initiatives. And then lastly, some of the, next slide, please. And some of the non-urgent, non-mandatory items, like I said, refer to the larger community engagement that has multiple phases within each initiative, such as our comp plan. And so next slide, please. And so we're gonna transfer now and talk about some of the engagement activities by department. And so these are just some images of some of the work that our Neighborhood Improvement Services Department is doing. They have conducted needs assessment with their residents and assisted with getting games, coloring books, toiletries, household items, and deploying those to communities most in need. They're also working on meeting with community as well as the community-rated partners virtually and continuing to build equity in in-person and virtual mediums. And so some of the most urgent and mandatory items that they're working on include the census outreach with the goal of getting a response rate of 82%. The census, of course, has been extended until the end of summer, given the COVID situation, as well as deploying the City Hall on the go to assist with community building and the fair housing outreach and education component, which are all going to a virtual medium. And here's just some more images of the work that NIS is doing currently in the community, deploying resources to specifically DHA residents, as well as residents that may be low wealth or low income. And here is some of the non-mandatory, non-urgent items that are programmed for the upcoming fiscal year. The neighborhood matching grants is one of the most notable. This occurs on an annual basis where communities can submit funds for a matching grant opportunity for beautification projects, neighborhood pride projects, as well as some code enforcement and impact team neighborhood cleanups that are not able to occur right now in person, of course, but they are programmed for the upcoming fiscal year. So the Parks and Recreation Department had a number of community playground renovations. Some were from the Half Cent Fund as well as from PB funds. And so this spring they conducted a number of in-person engagements related to each of these playground renovations and pump tracks. And so they are currently working on doing a combination of SurveyMonkey to get feedback from residents. All of their materials are translated in Spanish as well. And they also have a number of trails projects that are programmed for the upcoming fiscal year. The most notable would be the Beltline Trail. Next slide. And so our General Services Department has a number of community projects that are related to transportation, public works, as well as a number of participatory budgeting projects from our Cycle 1 related to bus stops, public art. And so all of these projects are continuing on schedule virtually and have not been directly impacted by COVID or have been able to find a different medium for ensuring the schedule is met. General Services also has a number of non-urgent, non-mandatory activities. A lot of them consist of course, PB-related projects, but also transportation, Public Works, the Hoover Road Athletic Park. They're currently using virtual bid meetings to maintain schedule for some of the larger scale CIP projects. And they are working with their stakeholders as well as the public art community to solicit feedback on what virtual engagement looks like. Next. Our Office on Youth has a number of current activities and activities that have been ongoing since the early spring. The most notable is the Youth Listening Project that had about 18 sessions scheduled. However, it occurred, of course, they had to move to some of the virtual meetings. So 6 of those 18 were held on virtual forums. And so they are currently in the information synthesizing phase and hope to share out that information via SurveyMonkey or some other online platform. It's also important to know that they have been very responsive to youth needs. Currently, they have set up kind of a text line, which is a one-way communication for any kind of social, emotional, and physical needs for youth. They send out resources a few times a week, and they also have the Seen in Quarantine Challenge, which is really meant to increase participation and shed light on the youth that are experiencing, unnormal circumstances and disruptions to their life as well. Next slide. And some of the non-urgent, non-mandatory things are continuing the Youth Listening Project, as well as the Youth Engagement Network, which is a network of service providers, caregivers, that is a city-county joint effort. They also have the Youth Commission, which is continuing to meet on a monthly basis via virtual medium. Next slide, please. And then our transportation department has a number of community engagement activities programmed for the upcoming fiscal year. They also are using some innovative practices in partnership with the community-rooted partners to hold Zoom walkthroughs of the community, as well as having a virtual online forum for the Woodcroft Parkway extension design. And they are also researching street closures. They call them soft closures. And so soft closures result in the potential to expand dining into surface parking lots, as well as close streets to cars to allow for a more walkability, pedestrian-friendly environment. And here's just some promotional material for their virtual open house that is ongoing. You can submit information until the early bit of July. And of course, they have their transit plan and other operational analysis that they are getting feedback from the community on a regular basis in terms of how to improve service connectivity, coverage, and on-demand times. And so the Budget and Management Services Department has continued to conduct in-person engagement. The Office of Performance and Innovation has been working to assist DHA residents with stimulus check assistance, as well as partnering with NIS, Parks and Recs, and General Services and other departments to ensure that CDC recommendations are put in place. Here you'll see that plexiglass was installed, as well as social distancing of 6 feet. And masks were also provided to residents who did not have any of their own. And so this has been occurring since mid-May, where the teams are going out into specific DHA communities on a regular basis to assist with signing residents up to receive their stimulus check, as well as census, complete the census. And so BMS is also working on redesigning the regulatory budgeting cycle for PB Durham 2, which is scheduled to launch in fall of this year, as well as the strategic plan refresh, which is scheduled for engagement in spring of 2021. And so the last department that we'll cover is planning. We heard a lot about their kind of engagement efforts and the potential to delay some of the decision-making until in-person engagement is safe again. And so they will be entering phase 2 of their engagement this fall. And we hope to utilize planning as a way to get feedback for multiple engagement efforts, including the transit plan and potentially other citywide initiatives. And this just is a brief highlight that the ambassador program and outreach teams are still meeting and assisting with coordinating the virtual engagement strategy for the comp plan. And so I just want to pause and take a moment to thank all of our partner departments, the ones that are included in the presentation and are not, for all of the work that they've been doing in the community. Our fleet department, general services, police have all been present and responding to community needs. And I'd like to kind of take this opportunity also to invite Monica Shapar to the conversation, who is also going to talk about how this work relates to some of the restoring government operations work that her team is leading.
Thank you, Robin. Good afternoon, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, other members of City Council. I realize I'm the only thing between us and lunch, but at this point, I'm not sure if we just wait until dinner or not. So I'm going to be brief in my comments. We've been very, very thoughtful in our process of how we are discussing how to restore services, whether a service is going to be fully restored, perhaps reduced hours, or a different service delivery. But when it came to community engagement, we recognized that there's community engagement and then there's Durham standard for community engagement. So we didn't feel like we could have those conversations about restoring community engagement without engaging City Council into a conversation about it. I do want to briefly highlight the process that we're using for other services because I think it's been very thorough and comprehensive. And us recognizing that the decision to restore or not to restore has ripple effects and consequences. So we've been working with departments using forms to really capture what are vulnerabilities associated with restoring a service, and then what are mitigation factors. So before Solid Waste made the decision and got the approval to open the convenience center, lots of conversation about traffic control was going to be a vulnerability, and making sure that we had proper provisions to address traffic control as a mitigation strategy. So just a heightened level of just thoroughness. We're looking at policy considerations, interdependencies, and equity. So Sharon Williams, our equity inclusion manager, she and her team, and supported by Aaron as well, have been going through these forms and issues or recommendations that catch their eye. They are looking at them in deeper detail. So to give you a quick example, some of our services have decided to go cashless to help mitigate the exposure and the risk, but thinking about those in our community who are unbanked, what's a strategy to make sure that those folks can still be served appropriately? So it's just a lot of detail that we're considering when we talk about service restoration. And then our executive team takes a bite of that apple of looking at this information every single week. Everyone's talking, risk management's involved, general services. So just being really, really thoughtful about service restoration. So that brings us to community engagement and wanting to make sure that we are meeting City Council's expectations as to how do we make sure that we are meeting the standard and your level of expectation when we think about community engagement, when we think about our community's capacity to engage with us, whether it be emotionally, the financial challenges folks may be facing, connectivity issues. So just wanting to hear from council because that will definitely drive our decisions of what we restore, how we restore it. So would love to engage you all in a conversation with whatever energy you all have left to have a robust discussion.
Thank you so much, Monica and Robin, for your presentation. It was really great to see all the information in this presentation about all of the engagement the departments are doing, and to kind of get a comprehensive picture of all the ways that we're engaging the community. I'm going to ask my council colleagues if anyone has questions, and since a couple folks are having issues with their internet, Maybe y'all could just write in the chat if you have a question, if I can't see you. But I see Councilmember Freeman's hand.
Big lines are resolved.
Thank you. I appreciate this presentation. It's a little confusing to just look at the slides without the context, I have to tell you. I was trying to figure it out before I got here. But I think I get it now, and it makes a lot more sense. My main questions are specific to, I understand that you're listing like what's, I'll have to go back to what your slide said, hold on. To what's urgent, non-urgent, currently active, non-mandatory. Is there any way to get a list that shows them? Because it would be a lot easier to kind of understand how much is actually happening. What is urgent and needs to happen versus what is urgent but not mandatory versus what is mandatory and not urgent, kind of like that quadrant situation. It would be more helpful to me. I'm sorry, I'm just that simple. But I appreciate the thought and the actual like effort that you're putting in to make sure that you're identifying those who would be disproportionately impacted and that might not be able to engage around being unbanked or uncell phoned. I think everyone tends to think that everyone has access, which is why I was hard pressed about, you know, restarting committees and boards in a way that would kind of disproportionately lean towards folks who had access. I just want to make sure that we keep in mind that this is like the linchpin of engagement, of making sure that everyone who's not normally engaged is involved in the process. And so I'm noting that I heard the very large like comp plan engaged Durham part say that they were on pause until the fall, and there was something else that was also on pause, and I was trying to catch it. But I know what actually like piqued the interest was there was something about public art being virtual. If someone could explain what that means, that would be helpful.
Sure. Some of the kind of information gathering related to public art has been moved to surveys. Rebecca Brown is leading that effort, and I can follow up with her if you have any specific questions related to any of those initiatives. But they are.
And mainly it would be the question around how you're surveying if we're not having like those big events, or we're having like, you know, gatherings that people are just there. I mean, are you just surveying online? Is that the sense? But it would be nice to know what that looks like and how it's actually equitable.
We'll get more information on that for you, for sure.
And I'll stop there. I have a few more questions around provisions and policies. And Sharon's not on. Is Sharon on the call? I'm not sure if she is, but that would be the most helpful.
Sharon Williams?
Yes, Sharon Williams.
She's not on this call. She's probably watching.
Yeah, that would be the most helpful because I have a lot of questions about how the equity and inclusion aspects of these are working. But I'll allow just yield to other folks to ask questions in the spirit of it's past 2:00. So.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Middleton.
Thank you so much, Madam Mayor Pro Tem. Of course she's watching. This is must-see TV. Monica and Robin, good to see you both. You guys are rock stars with this stuff, and you've done an amazing job since coming and joining this happy band of travelers of ours. I do have some questions. Looking at the budget and management services, and maybe budget needs to answer this, or perhaps other city staff, but on the budget management services, first let me just say, any platform that's just virtual that is trying to solicit input from members of the community, be it selection of artists or anything else, to me right now is just problematic, just virtual. For the same reasons that I argued for holding up on picking Award 3 replacement, those same arguments still persist. And I don't know that we have any assurances from public health professionals or anything else that somehow the fall, which is only a couple of months away, is going to be, when we can go full throttle opening up. I haven't heard any professionals say anything about the fall. So I'm just curious, under budget and management services, your slide, we have participatory budgeting cycle 2 scheduled to launch in the fall, which is a couple of months away, but strategic plan refresh pushing to 2021. And I'm wondering, why are we comfortable thinking that we can do in-person, a hybrid of in-person and virtual engagement with, say, participatory budgeting in the fall, but we see strategic plan refresh being better in 2021. And if that's not for you to answer, that's for administration. Why do we feel safe or comfortable that we're going to be ready to do that then? And what do we lose by pushing that to 2021 as well?
Great question, Councilmember Middleton. That's when the strategic plan refresh was always scheduled to engage. So that's not driven by health concerns. Although I would say all of those timings, everything's really evolving. So this is like when staff is recommending, when we're projecting, and really wanting to hear from you all, which types of services, is there a principle or a guideline to help us understand which types of engagements or projects you all are comfortable with us pausing? Which ones do you feel that they are just so time sensitive, so critical that we need to move forward, come up with mitigation strategies to address vulnerabilities, get back out there in the community? So just trying to gauge you all's temperature, your appetite for either pausing certain practices and waiting until it is safe, it is clear, or ones where we need to be working to develop mitigation strategies.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, and thank you for that. For me, participatory budgeting is so dependent upon community engagement, and it can't be done just virtually. It's got to be some in-person events in order for it to work. And I'm already on record with the great work we've done last time. And, our numbers weren't the best in terms of equitable participation in terms of the voting populace. So we already had that to deal with. So we need to work on that. We need to make it better. We need to do more engagement work to make sure that the voting populace is more reflective of the population of our city. So it just doesn't turn into a $2 million, supplemental white voter initiative. I'm concerned about that. So, and we had those challenges when we didn't have COVID. So I just don't understand. I'm not really comfortable with the fall, which is a couple of months away, when we're, we don't know if folk will even be back to work yet in the fall of this year. Just talk about a possible another wave or possibly another outbreak of the virus as we open up. So we need to make sure that this program is as successful as it can be and has full equity. And with the challenges we've already had and the to-do list that we already have, I just don't see why we would try and do this this fall, knowing how dependent it is upon actual in-person engagement. As a decision maker, I haven't seen any indications that we can plan with any confidence that 3 months from now, 2.5, 3 months from now, we're going to be in a position to hold the type of robust type of engagement activities that are necessary, absolutely necessary and critical for the successful deployment, successful rollout and practice of participatory budgeting. So I would just ask that some consideration be given to that, and not just participatory budgeting, the selection of artists, any platform that's just virtual. We've seen what virtual issues can come up in this meeting during the course of this afternoon. Any platform that's just virtual, I would ask that serious consideration be given to my colleagues. I'm talking to us now. Serious consideration be given to giving a pause, particularly matters that are not urgent or mandatory. Be given pause until we get a better grip on when it would be safe to engage. I rest on the same same corpus of arguments that I forwarded for pausing on selecting our colleague for the Ward 3 seat. I think those arguments are still just as applicable. And I just don't see how we can plan for the fall to have the robust engagement we need. And with that, I'll yield to others. Thank you, Madam Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Other questions or comments from council members? Mayor Schul.
Thank you. I thought this was a great presentation. I really like the rubric.
That was a lot.
I thought that the rubric was so thoughtful, and the way in which each department's work was plugged into that makes a lot of sense to me. I think that there is an important balance to be struck between, Monica, what you rightly called Durham's standard of participation, and the work that we have to get done as a city to move forward. There are a lot of things that just have to happen, and I think you all have done a good job of identifying the ones that are, the urgent and mandatory, and the non-urgent and the non-mandatory, and that kind of stuff. I thought that you just did a great job of identifying them, and I have a lot of confidence that you all will figure out what I think you've made good choices about which things are in which categories, and I think you'll do a good job of figuring out which things virtual participation is enough for and which things in-person participation is enough for. The one thing that there was nothing when I looked through the chart, and I've done it a couple times now, I just did it again. There's nothing that I see and that I think, wow, this is in their own category or that kind of thing. The one thing that I feel like we should give some thought to, we need to do this as a community, or at least as the leadership team for this work, is the census. I really am concerned that we are not where we need to be. We have very limited options in terms of in-person contact is much more limited than we would have wanted for the census. And so I hope that we'll give a lot of attention, this is not just city government, this is our whole census leadership team, to how we use every ounce of virtual capability that we have to be able to get people to sign up. And then when the in-person plans are, I don't even know what the in-person plans are, but when the in-person plans, when it's time for them, and it may be now, that we are doing everything we can. It's so critical to the future of our city and our ability to get the resources that are due to us and serve our people well. So when I looked at the public engagement plan, that was the one thing that was a red flag for me. Nothing that you all had in the plan, but just my concern that we have to really figure out how to advance that. And I think that, I need to try to play the appropriate role in that as well. And I know we're well led by a really good committee that's doing that. That's a really great group. But I do want to kind of urge us all to forward that work. But thank you. I just think you've done a great job. It's a bang up job. I really do. And also, just while I'm at it, Monica, I want to thank you for your leadership on the restoring our city services. I've heard a lot from the manager about the leadership that you've given that work and the thoughtful way in which you've approached it, and want to express my gratitude. So thank you all so much.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any other council members have thoughts or comments? Recognizing the need to move with dispatch, Councilmember Reese.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the point. I think we are going to need to spend some time as a group thinking about those priorities and what's important to us for the coming year. But obviously, I think staff is doing a great job meshing the public health reality on the ground with the things that we have to do and want to do. And I think that's just going to be an ongoing process as we move further into this public health crisis. Otherwise, this was one of the best PowerPoints I've seen in a long time. So, Robin, if that was you who did that, thank you very much. It was great.
I actually want to shout out Shannon Delaney.
Okay.
Yeah. So she
did a great job.
Thank you, Councilmember. I'll just add a couple of things. I think that this is really helpful in thinking through these questions about what kind of engagement we should and need to be doing in light of the public health consequences. I think we're starting to move from thinking of COVID as a temporary blip on the radar to realizing that it's something that we are going to be dealing with for a very long time. I do not think that even in a year, we're going to be able to do engagement without some sort of attention to the public health situation based on some of the predictions that are coming out right now from scientists and experts.
Yeah.
And so we need to think about, so it brings up several questions, right? We can't not do engagement at all. But we know that the virtual engagement is not going to meet the standards that we have if we're only able to do virtual engagement. But not doing engagement at all for a year or more is also not an option. So I think that we just need to think through all these questions. And I know that there are a number of efforts in the community to get devices out, especially to students, as we look into a possibility of not going to in-person school or fully in-person school in the fall. There are a number of initiatives to get resources out to folks so that we can try to deal with that digital divide question. So I feel like it's bigger than us. Almost everyone in this new era is going to need more access to technology in order to function in a number of ways. And so just things for us to consider and maybe participate in efforts to decrease those digital disparities in our community. And we know that would improve not just, our work, but all of the various ways in which people are able to interact and just participate in community and the economy and in society right now, given our circumstances. I'm going to stop talking as we need to finish up. Anyone else have anything to say? Councilmember Freeman. Can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
You're good. Yep.
Thank you. I just I appreciate the follow-up comments. I just wanted to add that the county is currently at 55% and as a response rate for the census. And I really appreciate the mayor pointing that out. And it is a huge area of concern. We are just about at where the state is and just a little below where the country is, I think it is. Hold on. But I appreciate Mayor Pro Tem pointing out that it is beyond us and how the digital divide will play into this. I also want to note that here locally that along the same lines with the computers access and cell phones, internet, all of that needs to line up in a way that's really equitable as we move forward. And I think that will happen. It's just going to take a lot more effort to be directed in that direction, or a lot more support to be directed in that direction. We're not there yet, and so I just wanted to just echo that. I think that the way that it's laid out, I would appreciate still appreciate a more simplified version, and the presentation is helpful. Thank you.
Sure thing. Councilmember Freeman, we'll get a matrix for you. We all learn differently and absorb information differently, so we're happy to do it in a different format for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, thank you so much, Monica and Robin. This was really informative, and we'll continue having these conversations and dealing with all these difficult issues.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I believe I'm gonna yield the floor to Bertha to finish up.
Yes, thank you.
Let me jump in real quick if I could.
Great.
There I am. Hey, so one thing about the census, and Mayor, you may have heard more, but I know the call we were on, about 2 weeks ago, there were 2 or 3 census tracts in Durham and some of our most vulnerable neighborhoods that had less than a 1% response rate, I think the number was, and I was stunned by that. I haven't seen an update lately, but I wouldn't want people to think that the 54% that the Councilmember Freeman was reflecting, that's a citywide, but we do have some census tracts that are just incredibly undercounted that we know we've got a lot of work to do. It's really important that we do that. I don't know if you've all heard that, but we won a call a couple weeks ago, Mary, when that was mentioned, and it just really stunned me. So I just want to say, kind of in wrapping up, certainly thank everyone for sticking with us. This was a lot of material today, a lot of information, reflective of just amazing work by our staff the last couple days. You only heard from maybe a third of our departments, and don't want to in any way minimize the folks you didn't hear from, because there is an equal amount of thinking and work around both COVID response and budgetary impacts from COVID response that are happening in every department in the city. I was thinking that in my don't want to keep repeating the many years I've been doing this, I don't recall ever having a set of budget work sessions with the city council that didn't include a police department and a fire department, which was interesting. The two biggest departments in terms of our total expenditures, and we didn't even talk about them today. Certainly, I think in one hand, it's reflective of the confidence that we have of what they're doing, but also don't want in any way to minimize the fact that they are and have continued to do incredible work for the community under some incredibly difficult situations, and I'm just proud of them, but proud of all of our folks, all of the departments who are just continuing to do great work. It is nice to hear from folks face to face like we did for a couple of days, but don't want to in any way forget the folks who also are contributing in so many ways. I was going to mention that normally as we go forward, following the public hearing, which I know Bert's going to talk about in a minute in terms of the format of that, we typically have the potential, anyway, we haven't always done it, the potential for a kind of final budget work session check-in sometime the morning of the work session day, which in this case would be June the 4th. I have the unfortunate news to tell you that work session is a bear. It looks to be a long afternoon from everything that I have seen that we went through yesterday. So I'm just wondering to what extent you want to have another follow-up budget discussion. We can talk about any flagged items for today. There was just a couple from yesterday, but try to get some sense of the framework of what else the council needs in order to be comfortable following the public hearing, obviously, but adopting the budget on the 15th of June, which is the current schedule. So any feedback you have for us there, I'd appreciate knowing so we can properly plan about it. We have a lot of work to do. There are a lot of initiatives that we've heard about, things that we've talked about even today that are not necessarily budget adoption related, but they certainly are policy decisions and other actions that the council is going to need to be taking over the next several weeks that are going to continue to advance us. I know we've talked about the potential for July meetings. There's nothing on the plate right now for that. We're going to stay flexible about that, but there's a lot of work, both budget and otherwise, to be completed in the next 2 or 3 weeks. So those are just some of my quick reflections. Bertha, if you have anything to add to that, please do. And then any feedback we could receive from the mayor and council today would be very helpful.
So Tom, I would just add that I hope that we have been, we have been cataloging those follow-up items, but I would hope that we can separate those items that are budgetary that we need to have decisions around before we adopt a budget to those items that can come at a later date that are more about process or program. If we can separate those so that we can make sure we can follow up and get accurate and timely information back to you all. And
Mr. Mayor, would you like me to keep presiding? Okay.
Would you mind?
No, sure. Go
Thank
right
you.
ahead.
I personally don't feel the need for that budget session unless the staff does. We've hardly had any flagged items of a budgetary nature, and I personally would be satisfied with hearing from staff in a written format about any of the flagged items that we had. If there were one or two that didn't need to be taken up, I think we could do it at the very long work session rather than having a whole morning session devoted to that. That would be my preference.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Other
Ditto.
comments? Ditto. Yeah, I agree. I think having it as part of the work session, even though it's really long, would be fine. I do want to have and flag any additional general fund spending and have further conversation about additional general fund spending. But I think that would be fine to have as part of the work session.
I just specifically have some concerns around equity and inclusion and whether or not there are items that are budgetary. So that is one that I would like flagged.
Yeah, I don't believe that department had any new initiatives. That was more of a continuation of their existing kind of ramp up of services.
I do concur in grouping everything into that monstrous work session. I think there are some engagement issues we do need to revisit based upon today's conversation. I think what really makes a start for me is in our most needy census tracts, we have 1% participation in the most important engagement issue, the census. Everything else is downhill from there. So I'm not going to anesthetize myself thinking that, we're not even 6 months out. This thing started in March, that we're going to have great engagement in a hybrid in-person virtual model as soon as this fall with 1% participation with the census, which trumps everything we're talking about. And I just think we need to be clear-eyed and sober and realistic about that and making the decisions. I love the presentation that Monica and Robin did, and I love the fact that the last slide talked about us making sure that it comports with Durham values, and they did a remarkable job in presenting to us. But the buck finally stops with us, and I have some issues that I want to discuss about what our engagement should look like in the next 3 to 5 months moving forward in the city, and if we can seriously make a case that the engagement will be as equitable as possible, given all that's going on. So I would just put that to us respectfully. Thanks, Mayor. Madam Mayor, I'm sorry.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
So do we have a consensus? We can just add it to that work session. Great.
And then I would just ask any information that we want to be sure and cover. I know I'll be talking to each of you over the next week, and I'll be sure and flag that to be see if there's anything that comes up afterward or that you've thought more about following the last couple of days discussion that you want to be sure that that we're talking about at that work session as well.
That'd be great. Thank you. Mm-hmm. All right, I'm going to ask for final comments from council members. Are we happy without them?
Mayor Pro Tem, may I make an announcement?
Absolutely.
Whenever you're ready for me.
No, go for it.
We just want to remind and make some people aware of the public hearing, which is on June 1st at 7 p.m. To make sure that our residents are aware how they can engage in that process and provide feedback. So the information is here on the screen. They can also reach out to the clerk's office for additional information on how they can provide feedback or ask questions. This is the first time, of course, we'll have a virtual public hearing, so we want to make sure, and we'll continue to try to promote this on our social media as well. And our second announcement is normally during this time, the last day of the work session, we have a cake for our city manager. His birthday is May 30th. And so we were not able to provide him a cake today. And Shireen was so distraught about that. So she wanted to make sure that we kind of send him a virtual cake and a virtual happy birthday. And so I just want to say happy birthday to Tom on May 30th. And I appreciate all his work.
If y'all need my address to deliver the cake, I'll be glad to give it to you.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. That's it for me.
Thank you. That is a lovely cake.
Yes,
it is a lovely cake. Mayor Pro Tem, I just had one, just posing an option request for Bertha. Just noting that we're having this conversation around engagement do you think 24 hours is enough time after the meeting? I know that that's the minimum that was set by the legislature, but do you think that's enough time just because it's the budget? And I know there's always a lot of people who are always trying to get feedback. I was thinking maybe it could be 72 hours, just a length of time that gives more people a chance to engage, especially since I'm going to be trying to go prod those folks who always come and beat me up later to say something now. So
I don't see a problem with that. I think the time was just set by the clerk's office based on that legislation, so I'm happy to extend that time.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, everyone, I believe we have concluded our business and we can adjourn the meeting at 2:33 p.m.
Thanks, everyone.
Y'all.
Bye, everybody.
Have a
Stay
great
safe.
day.
Thanks, everybody.
Hey, Tom, you're supposed to drop that Cash App in the chat, man. They hit you how it works in these streets, man. Happy birthday.
Take
Happy
care.
birthday.
God bless everybody. Take care.
Councilmember Freeman, what's the timeline that you wanted for the public comments to be extended?
Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
I just said 72 hours.
Okay, no problem.
Thank you.